Good. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the BPAD Forum. As usual, we hold it one day before the Bushfire Conference. My name is Maria Kornakova. I'm a manager of the Bushfire Services. I've got a couple people with me today whom I would like to introduce. We've got Nick Best, who is our Bushfire Technical Officer. We have Mel Kronstedt, who is our Western Australian State Manager. And instead of Lee Gershausen, we brought a better person, Sharon Uncle. She's our Membership Services Manager. I will get you to introduce. Do you guys want to say a couple words about each other? Or? Great.
G'day everyone, welcome. My name's Nick Best. I have been working at FPA Australia for the past 4.5 years, which has been fun, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And I moved into the bushfire team exactly this time last year. So I've learnt a lot in the last 12 months, and I know a few people in the room today and online. If I haven't met you before, please come and say g'day face to face today. It's a really good opportunity to meet each other and get to know each other better. I have quite a few roles as technical officer. I wear many different hats. I run our audits and our complaints program and ensuring that's running along smoothly, which I'll go into a little bit later. And I run webinars sometimes and sit on interview panels, and I review applications for accreditation. So if you are involved in the program, you will see me around. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my name's Mel Kronstedt. As Maria has indicated, I'm the WA State Manager for FPA Australia, having retired from the Department of Fire and Emergency Services in Western Australia after a 40-year fire service career. But also it's quite sentimental coming back to the Blue Mountains. There's some familiar faces in the crowd here today because for about 4 years or thereabouts I managed the Blue Mountains District for the Rural Fire Service, and also had some experience in Fire and Rescue New South Wales prior to that. So, and of course a long career in DFES and all its forms and bushfires and all sorts of stuff way back to 1982, which to my mind is only the other day. But anyway, here I am, and of course in Western Australia we're really keen to promote the BPAD scheme and improve the professionalism and the outcomes related to bushfire and do our bit to keep the community safe. So it'd be great to catch up with a few people because we can all share our wisdom and knowledge and improve our lot over the next coming days. So thanks, Maria. Thank you. We'll no doubt speak with you down the track.
Good morning, everyone. One thing I noticed today, firstly, was that I know most people's names, but I've never come across and seen so many of the faces. So I look forward to meeting you all personally. I've been with FPA Australia coming up 7 years next month, and my main role has been in the membership space. And if any of you are aware, we also developed a couple of years ago a customer service area, and the main thing for that is to obviously add service to our members, to our customers, interaction, to be there to hear, to listen and to advocate for our members. So I kind of want to reach out to everybody today as well and say to you, if you're not a member and there's something that we could do or lacking or things that you need or you're looking for in that space, please come up to me because obviously we don't know what we don't know. And we want to be able to improve that space, and particularly in the bushfire area that is forever growing, that we look at there's a lot of things that we could do moving forward. So thank you, and I feel very privileged to be replacing Lee here. A beautiful spot, and I hope you all enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a couple housekeeping things for those of you who are on Zoom with us. If you will have any questions during the, particularly the first part of today's forum when we'll just be providing an update, please put them down in the chat, because if we're not, we're going to run out of time, then we will be able to get back to you either later in the day or we'll answer via email. For everybody in the room, we're going to have a roving microphone, so just feel free to ask the question yell it out if you feel like it. Just a couple things for today. So the agenda is we're going to have an update from us. We're then going to have a 2-hour workshop on the revision of the BPAD scheme. It's something that we've been talking for a while about, making sure that the competencies that are currently in the scheme are matching those that are required by the industry. We have received the funding from our board, well, sign off on the funding from our board, and we engaged an internal consultant who will be helping us with writing it. He will be online as well and just putting down some notes, so that's something that we would like for you to have a work with us today. After lunch, we are going to have a workshop on working the problem, which Lou Short is going to lead. And we're going to have a New South Wales RFS update. We kind of slotted about 15 minutes for them. I'm not sure how much they're going to provide an update on. They'll rock up and say that. And then we'll have about half an hour to 45 minutes on just an open forum if anybody wants to talk about something, or if you want to come back to anything, or if you just feel like you want to go and grab a drink a little bit earlier, feel free to do that as well. And we're wrapping up and closing right like about 5 p.m. or so, and we should have drinks, welcome, opening reception outside. So just an update. We have a new interim CEO. So we have a CEO who was with us for 18 months and who left the association due to the personal reasons. So Lee Gershausen, who couldn't be here today due to not feeling well, is our interim CEO. Within the past year, the association has released a 5-year strategy plan, which either myself or Mel or both of us will talk about tomorrow for about 10 minutes. So you'll be able to see that a little bit. And the bushfire is obviously quite at the core of the association. So our board is quite keen on making sure that the bushfire department grows. Nick Best has joined as a technical officer in the bushfire space. As Sharon mentioned, we have a customer services team. So maybe a few years ago you would be calling and then you're in the never-ending loop of trying to get a hold of somebody to help you, and then eventually you'll get onto me or somebody else and we'll try to sort out your problem. Now we've got Carissa Hawkins. She's a dedicated bushfire admin support, which most of you probably dealt with in one shape or form. We keep on working on strengthening relationship with regulators in all states, including Queensland, well, in Western Australia, New South Wales, Victoria, and Queensland. These are just the never-ending abbreviations of the government agencies that we're working with. And we have some representatives today as well. Not here, but I think they'll be joining us after 11. So we've got a Western Australian people coming over, which is quite exciting. Our advocacy framework has filled in over the past year a little bit more. We have a vacant, well, we do have a vacant position, 2 vacant positions now. We've got a New South Wales state manager vacant and the Victorian state manager vacant because Peter Kalina retired. But we've got Alan Mitchell in Queensland, who's working closely with the QFIS and the QBCC on introducing a BPAD in the scheme, BPAD scheme in Queensland, and crossing everything possible and impossible. It seems like it might happen next year. So Queensland is revising their current strategies, and the accreditation is something that the government is quite keen on, as far as I have been told. And obviously we've got Mel at the Western Australian state manager, and I spelled your name incorrectly again. I'm sorry. You can just keep it like that and you'll stay incognito. The diploma of the bushfire protection assessment, so that's RTO delivered and vet sector training package that has been signed off by the federal government. I think it was December last year. FPA Australia is expected to commence the delivery in October 2023. So we do have quite a few people who are on the waiting list. If anybody wants to join or if anybody has any inquiries about that diploma, please send them through to the training@fpa.com.au or to ourselves, and we'll forward it to the training. If you have any questions about the package itself or what's going to consist in it, again, it's all kind of going towards the training at the moment. As I've mentioned, we starting the revision of the competencies, and it's commenced in September. So we're hoping to get a lot of ideas from you today. We then will be sending out an online survey as well. So you will be able, you'll get a SurveyMonkey at some point. And then we will be running maybe face-to-face, but definitely online workshops and online meetings with people just to make sure that we get all the information out and make sure that any proposal change, any changes that we will propose are what you guys are feeling that needed. After the BPAD will be revised or the competencies will be revised, it's obviously going to be provided for the further comment to the industry. Yeah, hopefully we're kind of looking at the timeline of 6 to 9 months, but yeah, it's a process we have to follow. We wanted to touch base, and that's going to be part of the revision of competencies, and it's just something to think about. It kind of came out 2 weeks ago when we were at the AFAC and talking to a couple fire engineers who know the BPAD work, and they suggest that they kind of concurred with us as well, and with ideas that I've heard from some of the practitioners is to get a BPAD level 4 going, which is going to merge the fire engineers and the bushfire practitioners. It's something that I would like to hear from you, whether it's something doable, needed, required, if it is going to go ahead, how you think that should go ahead. So just something for you to start thinking about, and we can flesh it out a bit later today during the workshops. And if you have any thoughts or any ideas, obviously, over the next couple of days, I'm here. And if I'm not, then feel free to email us, call us, and let us know. And another update that we had is the revised complaints and audits framework, which is something that Nick is going to talk about a bit later. We've got a new compliance team, so we've got a new compliance manager and admin person. They're looking at all of that. I am very much at the staying away from all of that space until I'm needed. So it provides that level of confidence that there is no conflict of interest, because I do work with a lot of you in different working groups. I've got relationships with you, and I just want to make sure that there is no compromise of any sort. So that was a board decision to remove me a little bit further away. So Nick is going to be talking about all of it a little bit later. But the new compliance manager is coming from the police background. And he's very much of a doer and knows what he's doing, which is great. Our presence kind of remains the same. We're still working with this 3959 and Nash Construction Guide. We also still provide the monthly bushfire newsletters. I also would like to kind of get a little bit of an idea during today and then over the next couple of days of how many of you actually find them useful and find that they are something that you would like to keep receiving, or if you want some different communication more often, more frequent, more regularly or less regularly. We're also present in the handbook for the practitioner for the AS3959 and the homeowner guide, of which we're going to be talking during the conference over the next couple of days, a little bit more, so there'll be a presentation on that. And we are working on the various guidance documents and practice notes. Over the past year, we have delivered a number of events. So we had a bushfire testing in Warrington, which was in Melbourne. Unfortunately, not everybody could come there. There is a bit of a history behind the event. It was scheduled to be in May 2020, and a day before the event was scheduled, COVID-19 was announced to be a pandemic, and the event has been called. And I have a couple people in this room, I think, who called me with a bit of a like, but why can't you just make it? It's like, we're not in the world, it's all fine, let's just run it. But it wasn't our decision, so we had to move it by a couple years. For those of you who missed it, and for those of you who are from Sydney, we are looking at running one with the CSIRO. I did get their approval on it, so we wanted to make it happen this month, but it just became a little bit too complex. But we're probably going to do a bushfire testing within the next few months in the CSIRO in North something Sydney, whatever the CSIRO lab are. We have provided the New South Wales Bushfire Building Regulation 101 webinar, which is available on our website if you missed it. We had 2 webinars on the Exploring Fire Behavior Models with Francis Hines, and we delivered the bushfire stream in May 2023 as a part of the Fire Australia. We also provided a webinar on the working outside of your level of accreditation for the BPAD practitioners. That came as a result of a series of complaints that we received, and then there were a couple people that have been suspended So we just needed to provide a little bit more information. And we had a New South Wales RFS and FP Australia workshop in June 2023. So for the remaining of the year, we've got two events that are planned, like 100% planned. So we're going to have a 22nd of September, there is a cultural burning, 60,000 years of bushfire management. That's going to be delivered by the Western Australian Department of Fire and Emergency Services as an online event. It runs as a part of the National Fire Protection Month, and you can have a look at it on our website if you're interested. November, it's either 3rd or the 10th. We haven't confirmed the date yet, have we, Mel? We haven't confirmed the date. So sometime in November, we're going to provide, it's called a refresher on bell assessment. So mainly for the practitioners who went through the level 1 training in Western Australia, we're going to provide a bit of a refresher and launch a revised bell template, which is a legal requirement in Western Australia, and the certificate is going to remain the same, but the bell report, we're going to revise it a bit, and we're probably going to launch the practice guide on how to do the bell assessment. The events that we've got in planning for 2022, so we are looking into addressing this issue of the class 2 to 9 buildings and spec 43 of the NCC. There's going to be a Western Australia guidelines refresher. So the Western Australia is reviewing their planning guidelines, and we will provide a bit of a refresher once that's going to be timely and appropriate. We are planning for the bushfire stream at Fire Australia, but probably one of the most exciting events that we have planned, and you've got a little save the date things on your tables. On the 9th and 10th of July in Perth, we are planning to run a Western Australian bushfire conference. So it's similar to what we have here, but we'll take it to Western Australia, as we keep having a lot of requests from Western Australian crew to provide a bit more information on the various products that are available and provide a little bit more of a talks and just, bring a little bit more of a love to Western Australia in that sense. So if anybody is interested in going, let us know. If anybody wants to put on an abstract, let us know. The webinars as required. If you've got any thoughts or ideas or anything that you want to hear about in terms of the webinars, please let us know, because we're forever looking for speakers and the topics. And we'll have a bushfire testing, as I've mentioned, in Sydney. This might be end of this year, might be 2024. It depends on the vacancy on the lot. So then CSIRO has a room for us to actually be somewhere and provide a little bit of a talks there. Yeah, I'll go with that. We have ran 2 courses over the past 12 months. So we'll keep on going with our 5-day bell course in Western Australia. Albeit that is going to be revised, and everybody who have done the course over the past 12 months will be able to get credits for them in the Diploma of the Bushfire Protection. So we are revising the course, and once the diploma is going to be available, we'll sit down with the government and revise their requirements and move away from that 5-day bell course delivery only. Victoria, we had 3 courses that were quite successful. With Victoria, it's been quite interesting. We have a lot of building surveyors and certifiers coming through, because they want to understand what they're actually looking at when they're getting the reports from the practitioners. In Queensland, we had 1 course for the first time. We had a total of 13 students. We had a request to run another course in Port Douglas, but because I was away, that didn't happen, so probably going to have to do it next year, if there is still going to be an interest. And we had a 2-day bushfire awareness course, which is tailored towards the local government. We ran it in June. We had 18 students. It was quite successful. I was running it, and we are probably going to be putting it online, at least a part of it. And we're going to be working with the different local councils in the different states to make sure that so it's going to be a bit more tailored to local governments, and a bit more talking about what the bushfire is, and then what the framework is in the state, and whether all the practitioners are working, so then they have a better understanding of what they're dealing with and the processes and the legislations and the laws that they have to follow. Audits. Do you want to jump in?
Good. Okay, so I thought I'd just jump in and chat about our audit program and complaints program. So when I came on board last year, our compliance program as a whole was was lagging behind and needed some catching up to do, and that was mostly a resource issue at FPA Australia and a compliance team that had turned over. So basically I jumped in and tried my best to save the day. So we've conducted a lot of work, excuse me, over the last 12 months. And I'm happy to chat about audits and complaints today because it's a good opportunity to get in front of people and let people know what we're doing and how we're approaching it. So our audit program is incredibly important. It's vital for compliance and quality assurance. These audits ensure adherence to our Australian standards and enforce the expectation of the quality of work being produced and contribute to our permit scheme's overall success. So it's very important that we set the expectation, we set the tone, and we make sure that that's being delivered to our clients, to our industry, essentially. Our key focus areas are our compliance assessment, our quality assurance. We ensure practitioners are working to that standard, as I just mentioned, and we have a strong risk management focus, basically. We want to get on top of things before they get out of control. Benefits of an effective BPAD audit program, operational excellence, streamlined processes, reduction in operational bottlenecks. For example, this captures, we are capturing a low standard of work in the audit, which will lead to less complaints being reported in the field, which will then allow FPA resources to be appropriately stretched out. We have a limited amount of resources. We're a small team, so we want to make sure we're using our time effectively. So it's really important that it helps it makes us have a well-oiled machine if we have a strong audit and compliance program running. It will enhance our reputation out in the field. We want to make sure that we have a very respectful permit scheme. As practitioners, you want to have a respectful permit scheme as well. Proactive problem solving, early identification. So it's all about getting on top of things early, stopping it from becoming a bigger problem once we let that go. So it's very important that we get on top of these things early. Our audit activity, total audits in the last 12 months, up until last week, we've conducted 54 audits across Australia. So 39 in WA, 10 in New South Wales and 5 in Victoria. You'll notice the numbers are quite skewed there towards WA. We have a commitment to WA policymakers that we will conduct 30 audits a year. So we have a very strong audit program over there, and it's capturing some rogue operators, we'll say, some cowboys. So it's a really, really effective program currently in WA. New South Wales, as I said, we've conducted 10. We commit to do 10 a year. Some people in this room may have been audited in the past or may be audited in the next 12 months. And I'll just discuss sort of what our expectations are about those in a second. Victoria, we've conducted 5. Scheduled audits to be completed by the end of the year. We want to complete another 21 at least, potentially more. So that's my number to get done by Christmas Day. That's the target I set myself, so we should get that done. Practitioners can expect to be audited once every 5 years. Sometimes it might, depending on where you're located, it might be between 3 and 5 years, somewhere there. We've got 92 practitioners in WA currently, I believe. So we're doing 30 a year. It's obviously going to be just over every 3 years that you're audited. So it does change a little bit there from time to time. All of our audits are currently completed by an external professional auditor. So we have someone that sits off-site, not an FPA direct employee. This person is a previous BPAD practitioner, is very very knowledgeable, knows what he's doing, and he's not currently a practicing practitioner. I had somebody express a little bit of concern that the auditor might be picking apart their work and then stealing the work, and that's definitely not what's happening. So this person is impartial, he's sitting off to the side, he's not practicing. So we need someone that can be trusted, and this guy is very good at what he does. He's very particular. So if you have had audit feedback come back and you go, well, what the hell is this? What's he on about? Or that's bloody picky, or whatever it is, that's fine. You might be asked to address that issue, and you just provide that back to FPA in writing, and it will be accepted. If you can explain as to how you came to your conclusion or your classification in your reports, that's what we're looking for, okay? So he's going to pick it apart from a reviewer's point of view. So sometimes they do come back with things that make practitioners a little bit get on their back a bit, but it is not a personal grab at you if you get what I'm saying. So please take all the feedback you receive from the auditor and explain if you need to, and we'll happily close it down. The purpose of the audits is to educate, essentially, or to shore up our program, make sure we're producing a higher quality of work. That's what we want to do at the end of the day. We're not here to punish people. The compliance team, as we mentioned, we've got a new compliance team in FPA, and the compliance manager is ex-AFP. I think he's ex-AFP, and a couple other suspicious jobs. So he's very down the line, very serious, and you might get an email from the compliance team that's very, very strict and very not much personality, but from the BPAD team, we actually just want to encourage learning and education and improvement, essentially. So please don't take it personally if you get an aggressive, what you might think is an aggressive email. It's definitely not, and us in the BPAD team, we just want to help you out. So I'm trying to break it down and make it more friendly with them. It's a work in progress. Yes? Oh, wait for the microphone, Lou.
Deliberately deceptive and misleading reporting and documentation, I gather that's a different stream? That's not an educational
If it's identified in the audit, it would be raised to a complaint, essentially, and we will investigate from there. Yep. Do you know someone? With the process, yes? We can ask another quick question.
Yes, just a quick question. Every jurisdiction has got different formatting and different reporting requirement.
Yep.
In New South Wales, I can identify at least 4 or 5 different bushfire assessment that will target subdivision, special protection purposes, development, section 4.14, BAL certificates, and so on. I suppose this external assessor is
Across all that?
across all of that in all jurisdictions?
Yes, absolutely. The auditor, I'll just leave his name out of it, but the auditor is New South Wales based, and he knows all of the 3-stage jurisdictions, and he knows all their policies and procedures, but New South Wales is his jam, if we want to put it that way. That's where he's a professional base. So he knows New South Wales inside out. He's an absolute expert in New South Wales, but I will say that he's an expert across all fields. So no problems there, Paola. Okay, so common issues identified in our audits. Roughly 40% of our audits are identifying areas of concern, what we call areas of concern. That could be BEL ratings determined incorrectly, vegetation classifications incorrect, and distances to vegetation incorrectly classified, the general stuff. If you receive an area of concern through your audit, we require you to respond to that, and that's what I was speaking about before. So the auditor might review, he's only got what's in front of him, his reports in front of him, his overhead maps in front of him, and he might interpret something as potentially incorrect. So that's an area of concern, and then that's sent off to the practitioner, and you address it, okay? And you say, no, you're actually wrong, this is how I came to this conclusion. If you can explain to how you came to that conclusion, most likely it's going to be accepted, and your audit will be closed successfully. So just, yeah, when you do get that feedback, please take it on board and work to address it. 45% of our audits are identifying opportunities for improvement, what we classify as opportunities for improvement, such as not enough photos being used in your reports to justify the vegetation or exclusion classifications. We've always got to make sure, it's a common issue when people are or practitioners are excluding areas, they're not including enough justification or evidence for that. So it's a really keen focus of ours is to get people to make sure you're including enough photos in your reports, your descriptions are full on. We need a really robust report being made by our practitioners. So something to focus on. Practitioners sometimes are not correctly using BPAD logos or their BPAD numbers identifying themselves. We need to make sure we're doing that. And our overhead maps need improvement in areas. They might be using the wrong colours or it might be a bit too busy. Many issues in the overhead maps. The priority of the overhead maps is that you can interpret them. or anybody that's picking up your report can interpret them. That's the focus you should have as practitioners, and I'm sure most of the people in this room do. In the last 12 months, the Bushfires Services team has received 17 complaints, up from 12 in 2022. WA, we received 11. There's a lot of activity over in WA, and that's because we're really jumping into a program which hasn't been monitored that well, and all of a sudden we're exposing a few issues. New South Wales, we've had 5. Victoria, we've had 1. As I like to think, it's due to a more local and active compliance program being run by the Bushfire Services team and building stronger relationships with local government and particularly in WA, but really with our industry as a whole. That's really what I'm focusing on, is that engagement, because then people will approach us or submit complaints anonymously. This goes a long way to cleaning up the program, and it's been really effective. I can't remember if I put it into the next slide. I did. Just before I jump into that, just so you know, with our complaints framework or policy or process, when FPA receives a complaint, the compliance team does an initial review. If it needs to go higher, I can conduct a technical review of this and decide whether it needs to go to the next level, and then the compliance team will take over on it. So we try not to get too involved with it on a technical level, because we do have strong relationships with a lot of our practitioners. So just so you know, the compliance team do manage most of it, but if we do need to run that technical review over it, we do. Quite often we get complaints where we do a technical review and it's decided that we don't need to go any further, okay? And that could be for a myriad of different reasons. So in New South Wales, we had 1 practitioner working outside their level of accreditation, which is a common issue across the permit scheme, which we are actively working on. As we said, we conducted a webinar on that recently. 2 complaints reviewed, had no further action required, and 2 practitioners did not comply with the professional code of conduct. So we want to make sure we keep our standards nice and high. Victoria, we had a practitioner working outside his level of accreditation, providing substandard work. In WA, well, we had quite a few things. Multiple practitioners were working outside their level of accreditation. Practitioners provided substandard work that we would not expect of potential, basically level 2 practitioners, sorry. We had incorrect slope calculations. 1 practitioner didn't visit the site. They provided the incorrect bell rating. Overall, their work was pretty poor. And that was during COVID when I think they weren't vaccinated and they weren't allowed to visit site by their employer. So they ended up doing a desktop review, which is obviously not what we want to see. There was also a complaint reviewed and no further action required. So we do review a lot of complaints, and the ones that go through to that next level are always of a serious nature. Suspensions. We try and not suspend practitioners, and it is the very last draw. And the practitioners that were suspended in 2020 or in the last 12 months, we've suspended 4. And we try not to do it unless we really have to, because we prefer to go through education, engagement, and working through their problems. We want to see that they're involved in or happy to improve their level of work. So the practitioners that are suspended are typically people who are not cooperative and do not want to improve their work, essentially. So 4 practitioners were suspended, ranging from periods of 3 or 4 or 6 months, depending on the severity of their action. When you are suspended, you're removed from the online register, which is hurtful to those people that are suspended. That is where they get a majority of their work from. So it's a great tool to be able to remove them off that online register. Sometimes we place conditions on the suspensions, and your suspension won't be lifted until that practitioner can address these issues or these conditions. 1 practitioner is likely to have their accreditation level reduced once his suspension does lift. We basically cannot trust that this practitioner is going to be out in the field improving their work, doing their level to the level we expect. So that will be the likely next step, and he's kind of volunteered for that already. So we also dish out a lot of formal warnings. This is important. People get put on notice, essentially. So we will put out multiple formal warnings in the last 12 months, and we like to think that's a very effective tool as well. Complaints progress to practitioners being audited. So sometimes there are issues where we have audit issues, and that then gets moved into a complaint, and we go from there. And suspensions have been successful in both removing poor practitioners from representing the industry and lifting the reputation of the permit scheme. So We don't want cowboys working out there, and as practitioners, you don't want these cowboys working out there. And the feedback I get from a lot of practitioners is, well, I don't want this guy working out there or girl because he's basically giving us a bad name. All right, and this has happened multiple times in WA, where they've got quite a few cowboys running around doing very poor work. So basically, yeah, it's giving you a bad name. That's not what you want as a practitioner. The results and feedback have improved the overall quality of the permit scheme, and it certifies the reputation of the Bushfire Practitioner Accreditation Scheme as a respectable one to the public, as I just mentioned. Just lastly, on our disciplinary framework, so if a complaint is moved up to the last process, they're put into what's called the case management program, or committee, sorry, and the committee will sit down and review these complaints. They feature members from different departments at FPA management group typically, and we'll assess from there. So if there's no case to offer, it's obviously thrown out. Level 1 minor, you can read this on your screen, but level 1 minor, you might result in a suspension. We have that ability, but typically we're not going to be suspending people for minor incidents. That's not the way we want to go, so we might grade it as a moderate and go from there. This framework, this disciplinary framework, has been made probably 3 years ago from memory, and we're currently reviewing it, and it's available on our website. If you do have genuine feedback or suggestions for it to improve, we're happy to receive that. You can send that to the Bushfire inbox via email. And yeah, we're going to just improve that a little bit because we're coming across a couple issues where we can't slot certain complaints into certain sections. I probably had a few things other to say, but I've forgotten them because I sat down and went over it 17 times and now I've forgotten. But do we have any questions? Happy to.
So I'm a little surprised that you only have one external auditor. Do you have a QA, a quality assurance, in place for having a single auditor?
How can I answer that?
Can you unmute me? I'm on mute? Yeah. Thank you. We are working on identifying other practitioners as well. So we want to expand out of the one practitioner of just having a one person doing it, obviously. If you have anybody who you can have in mind, or if somebody's retiring from the industry and would like to join us, please let us know. We had a bit of a bottleneck, I guess, with an audits in Western Australia for a bit of a while, because as you know, we had a bit of a staffing issues when it was just, by and large, it was just me doing everything, and it was just really impossible to get everything done at the time. So once Nick joined, we just had to get somebody to do that, and it's somebody who used to do the audits for the RFS in New South Wales, so we just got the person to do them. The company that the said individual associated with, they have several other practitioners who, with whom we are working right now. We're just going through the process of identifying whether they're going to be appropriate for us or not. Because ideally we would like to have 2 to 3 people in each state that we can rely upon, because if said individual goes on the vacation, then we're unable to do anything within the 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah. Having said that, we also would like to revise our audit altogether. So we working with the Western Australian government on revising the questions that they have, because the audit that we get and the audit that we provide, it's more about the processes itself. So we are looking into the quality of the reports, but if it's method 2 calculations, they're not really going and calculating everything and making sure that that is being done correctly, because there are some legal implications, as been advised by our compliance team to do that kind of a work. So it's more of if we're going to pick something up in the audit where we see that there is an issue, then we can potentially grab that person and move it into the compliance and then have a look a little bit more in depth in it. So we are revising our auditing program. If you have any suggestions of what we should be looking at, particularly in New South Wales, because most of you are here in Victoria, because as Paula mentioned, it's a very difficult thing to have a look into because we've got a lot of different formats and standards. One more thing that I wanted to run past all of you, when Nick was talking about the suspensions, In the FPAS scheme, which is another scheme that FPA is running in New South Wales on the fire accreditation.
Fire protection accreditation scheme.
Thank you. They have a suspension board. So if you're going online, the register is there. So you've got a register of accredited practitioner. Then as you've seen, your register has changed as well. So you click on your card and it shows all the information about you. The government is asking us to put the restrictions that we placed on the individual and the reasons why. So the notice of decision and all details why the person has been suspended on that register. Not sure whether it's going to come through or not. We are pushing quite away from it. Yes?
Just got an online question here,
Okay.
if you've got a moment.
Yeah.
So it says, hi, I notice you're using the term permit scheme. Has this changed from accreditation scheme?
Oh,
No, it's
that's just me, sorry. Yes, accreditation scheme, absolutely. Permit scheme is sometimes what I refer to from my previous job, but yes, accreditation scheme, my apologies.
Yeah, that's not a permit scheme. Yeah. So yeah, so coming back to that notice of decision and putting them online, we're kind of going to the, if you will make the accreditation mandatory, because that's what the FPAS is, then we will consider it, but otherwise at this stage we are pushing against it. But I just want to be transparent about telling you what's happening. Yes?
Hey, so this is a follow-on from the question previous to that last one. Is there a monitoring process for not only the auditing system, so like a monitoring and review, and what kind of time period is that done on, and is that independent or is that internal within FPA?
For the audits?
For the audit scheme, and I suppose generally does FPA have that kind of system in place? And if not, maybe it would be a good idea.
I don't know exactly how to answer.
I don't exactly.
So is the...
Can you explain your question a bit? Sorry.
So a fire management plan for a national park, for example, will have a monitoring review system where every 3 to 5 years that plan is what's worked and what hasn't worked is renewed for in the interest of making improvements. Does that happen with FPA's auditing program and any other programs?
I can answer if you want.
Yep.
We're constantly monitoring it and reviewing. So as I've jumped in the last 12 months, we're already working on improvements, and it's sort of an ongoing review system. So at this time, it's probably not a 3 to 5 year review system. It's mostly a year to year system. But yes, absolutely, we're monitoring and reviewing it, and we've already made some changes. And that will be ongoing.
We've got another question from online, from Laurie. A New South Wales and ex-BPAD auditor, how does he go about understanding Victorian CFA's subjective opinion, especially since 2020? If he is retired, he is even aware of what BPADs Victoria have to deal with in regards to local authority feedback, who obviously drive agendas and even are connected to projects sometimes on a personal level. Thank you for the question. So the audits as we're doing, as I've mentioned, we are looking more into the processes and the whether it's been followed. So the auditor is aware of everything that's happening in every state, so he's not working only in New South Wales, he has been working in all the states. And they're just going and looking through the quality control of the audit. So they're not going into the emails that people are sending and those connections, and we're definitely not going into this local councils being connected to projects on a personal level. That is something that we are not dwelling into in the audit, because we're just getting the report.
The focus is on the quality of the work.
Yeah. And that's a dangerous, I think it's a dangerous space for us to get into.
Yeah, we wouldn't
potentially,
go
yeah. But it's something that we can definitely take back to our compliance and auditing team, because they are driving the framework and they are making sure that everything is done in a way that both us and the practitioners are ensured. Because the last thing that we want to do is come and say what you've done was incorrect, therefore you caused X amount of money to the client. And then that can be taken further into the things, I guess.
Is there any other questions in the room regarding complaints or audits?
Or anything else? Yes? Hang on, we've got a
We've still
microphone
got a
on
section
here.
on.
Yeah.
Do you have some examples you could give us about how people didn't comply with the code of conduct?
Not entirely.
I mean, go for it. People don't know the names, so you don't say the names, you can, yeah.
Just not working to a professional standard, potentially.
Bad-mouthing each other?
Yeah, bad-mouthing other practitioners, potentially. There was one of those.
Getting divorced and sending us all kinds of information about
Yeah,
that?
personal disputes is mostly where that sits. Representing
A lot
the
of fun.
BPAD accreditation scheme poorly. Something like that. About there.
Yes, Stuart?
Do you ever provide the consent authority any feedback?
Sorry?
Do you ever provide the consent authority any feedback? Like if you get a complaint and there's a valid reason for suspension
Yeah,
on a particular report,
yeah.
would you advise, say, the RFS?
Oh, yeah, we are. Yeah,
You
so
do?
we're sending, yes, we are providing all the information. So when we suspend somebody, I think that most of the suspensions came from the government.
Oh, it depends. Yeah, New
I
South
think
Wales,
most of
yes.
them, yeah.
WA, yes.
Yeah, so we do, obviously if you're a complainant, so if you did provide us with a complaint, we provide you with the information back. And then we're also providing information to the local council saying that there has been an issue. This person is now suspended due to this job. And then it's up to them to take it further as to where they want to take it. We had a handful of suspensions, as you've seen, so, and that's the first time that we suspended somebody was this year, as you probably would know.
Yep.
Yes? We've got Duncan there.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. Last year you put a breakdown of who the complainants were, so I suppose I'm not after specific numbers, but were they more councils coming forward? Where I've noticed that councils are now specifically asking for BPAD accredited consultants to do the bushfire reports, which is great, which gives this whole audit system a baseline to work from. Is RFS providing complaints through? Is it council? Is it practitioners or local or mum and dads?
It's a mix, and if it's so New South Wales, we receive them from RFS. We have received
2 or 3?
Yeah, at
Oh,
least.
no, sorry, I don't know the number.
I think at least 3 from
At
RFS.
least 3 from RFS,
Councils,
directly.
yeah, councils involved as well.
Most of the councils.
In Western Australia, there's a lot of council complaints or DPLH.
Yeah.
And
Planning, Department of
but
Planning.
it's kind of split, to be honest, about 33, 33. The practitioners are supplying them as well, particularly in WA, it's about 50% practitioners and 50% council DPLH.
Yeah.
Quite often practitioners are supplying them or providing them, or sorry, the word is submitting them on behalf of a client. So, for example, in WA, we had somebody conducting work that only a level 3 can conduct, and he went and did the work as a level 2, and that client has then submitted their work to council, and it's been rejected because it's been done by a level 2. So they've then had to get hire a level 3 to come and do the work. It's been a significant cost to them. So that practitioner has submitted the complaint on behalf of that client, basically, and saying we want to get these guys out of the industry because it's given us a bad name. So, yeah, so it's kind of a split, to be honest. Right.
And to add to that, on the local councils, once we had that 2-day course, the awareness course in Western Australia, to the local councils, where we've explained to them the processes and just things that are happening everywhere, we started getting a lot of complaints from them. I think that the whole thing of like, hi, I'm here, if you've got a complaint, let me know, and then just showing examples of what the good report should look like and some of the reports that we get, because we did provide a redacted information, obviously, a couple examples of not such a good work, my inbox became flooded. It helped that I went on leave after that for 4 weeks, but yeah, I think that we would like to run similar programs across all of the country so then we can make a local council a bit more aware of it as well. I think there was a question.
I might just say before that question jumps in, just that there is a focus on educating councils.
Yeah.
That's a hard focus of ours.
Yeah, I sent through a report to you guys a couple of months ago. It was by a company that specialised in hazard reduction, but not bushfire planning. But they had done a bushfire assessment for a dual-lock development and claimed in the report they were fully qualified bushfire planning consultants. They were an FPAA company, and I sent that through to you, and the response I got was that couldn't act on it because they're not BPAD? Could you not act on it because they're a FPAA
Member?
company?
Well, we have a membership services representation, so we always have this issue, I guess, between the accreditation and membership. So we can come from the, so I can only work with a BPAD practitioner, so does Nick, obviously. So we're kind of looking after the BPAD practitioners. When it gets to the membership, it's a bit more complex. I don't know if, Sharon, you want to add to that or not? You'll need a microphone, though, for it. Sorry.
Do you want to answer that question?
Well, no, yeah, I'll answer it then.
Okay, yes. Is it on? Hear me? In regards to membership, obviously every year everybody signs a code of practice and agrees to a certain level of conduct that they're acting as a member as well. So there is a review put in there. Also, if anybody's outside of that, excuse me, so it is differently adjusted, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they will have a suspension of membership. It does depend on what they've done, but there will be an investigation into that as well.
So I think that taking from that, we just need to adjust our system. Where if something goes like that, we just need to tell our compliance. So thank you for the feedback. We'll take it on board and make sure that the membership is made aware of all these cases, because we do have some of them coming through.
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Done anything different now?
Oh, there it is.
Can? Yeah, we do have that review committee in-house in regards to the different departments and different ways of complaints and how they're dealt with. I also have another question online. Could you see it there, Maria?
Yeah, we can. Yep.
I've got another question. Is it acceptable if we see a perceived problem with another practitioner's report to contact that practitioner directly? Sort of a friendly nudge as opposed to putting in a complaint. Well, that's the first thing that we ask to do. Kind of have you tried to resolve the issue directly? Most of practitioners, and you probably know as well, if you're working within the same area, you guys know each other. If you receive the complaint, if you receive the report that is not necessarily up to the quality, I don't know what. A couple of people that I spoke about it, they kind of try to go and talk to the person and ask what is the reasons behind it, because there might be some other reasons, and it's not always as straightforward as you know. But yeah, the complaints that we get from practitioners are usually the ones that it's like, this is a serial offender, or I can't deal with him because he's just trying to, I don't know, forge the bell level or the outcome that they want. So yeah, it's a bit of a...
That might depend from case to case.
Yeah.
And the severity of that report. If you've come across a report of a practitioner that you're friendly with and you have a slight issue with maybe something not so significant, yeah, you can obviously go and talk to them and recommend better actions. If it's a serious issue, I am always going to recommend it's a complaint put forward. I'm not going to really recommend otherwise.
Post-audit, if complainant is evidently driven by commercial interest rather than wanting to adhere and apply bushfire planning provisions, what actions can be taken? Can this be publicly recorded in a central database so other BPADs can utilize this to help defend against future complaints? This way trends can be tracked and appropriately addressed. Well,
all our reports are technically reviewed, and if it's seen to be a complaint submitted by commercial interests, it's going to get stopped straight away, which has happened in the past. You've got 2 minutes left.
Yes, and the publicly recorded in the central database is something that we are... No, I don't know. The answer to this question, sorry, I don't know. It's something that we have to have a look into. But if there is a commercial interest, if somebody is just putting it through and they just, I want to get a financial gain out of it, then we have a very straightforward footnotes on our website that says that these complaints are not going to get received. Thanks, Paula. Yeah. Yes, definitely. It also depends on the evidence that is supplied, and sometimes it is supplied in the different times. I'm repeating because you don't have microphone. Thanks, you.
This is probably a difficult one because there have been instances of a report by a BPAD consultant being used by a planning firm and replicated basically, and but no, you know, the practitioner was not involved, and their work is used by somebody else, which are not part of FPA or
Yep.
BPAD. So it's a difficult one, that one.
Yeah, and we did have a similar but not similar. So we did have a situation where the IP has been stolen. For the lack of a better word, it was just a copy of information provided by one practitioner to another. So our suggestion, we did talk to our lawyers, and the suggestion was make sure that you're going to get a lawyers in, make sure that you're going to get all the information in, and the complaint has been sorted out. But that's, if you will see something like that, then it's a copyright breach, and you just need to get your lawyers involved, I guess, to get all that sorted. So it's not that's a very serious case. In my understanding, it's an offense. It's a criminal offense if you're stealing something. So it's something that shouldn't be taken lightly. We obviously don't have such powers, but if something like this happens, please do make sure that you're lawyer up and get a professional advice.
Do you want to move into the working groups?
Yeah, we've got 7 seconds left. I mean, for those of you in the room, if you can stay for another couple minutes, then we can probably keep on talking. We can just provide a bit of an update on what's happening with the working groups. If people on Zoom, I don't know whether there is a break that they're going to automatically get kicked out. Or, yeah, we can just keep on going then.
Cool.
Can we get back to the
slide?
To the slides, yeah. Do you want to go?
I can run it really. Yeah, absolutely. We'll just the last piece of work that we do we've completed over the last 12 months. Obviously, we have our bushfire working groups, our representatives in each state. The terms of reference of these working groups is that it provides a forum to discuss the application, interpretation and periodic review of state and territory-based bushfire regulatory requirements. That's a tongue twister. We identify professional development opportunities. We promote and refine the BPAD scheme, of course, and we really value having the members of our working groups that put aside their time each quarter to improve our scheme. And we develop proactive and reactive proposals to provide technical documents, practice notes and the like. So just quickly running over each of our New South Wales BWGs. Each of our BWGs, sorry, now New South Wales, our chair is Lou Short. We meet quarterly, and then every roughly 2 weeks after each quarterly meeting, we have that group also come into the room with RFS, and we follow up any actions or issues identified in the first meeting. It's a really great relationship that we have there. It's a really important relationship, and it's fantastic that we are able to get RFS into the room with our BWG members. And something we don't take for granted. We revise policies provided by RFS and provide feedback to them. Incredibly valuable. Our proposed certificates for the DAs in the works, and it's ready to go potentially. That's up for further discussion with different parties. In the last 12 months, we've provided consultation on flame length. We've done the PBP review, or we've started providing input to the PBP review. Address the NCC changes, which is a hot topic, I'm sure, in this room. The RFS did provide a short workshop session on that at the end of June, just before the end of financial year. For those that were in this room that were there, I'm hoping they got something out of that. And there's an action plan for the local government reform. WA, we have a rotating chair. Again, we meet quarterly. In the last 12 months, we've worked on a fire break notice, flowchart and development to be released as a position statement, not as a practice note, a position statement. We're working towards mandatory accreditation always, and we've had some really good movement in the last 12 months in WA. Strengthened our relationships with the regulatory and regulators and the industry stakeholders, and we help educate the local councils there. It's been a very important focus. And again, we work on the accreditation framework, and we've provided a guidance doc on classifying versus excluding grasslands on development sites, or that's in development, sorry. And in Victoria, we have a chair of Sam Thompson, fantastic contributor, and we meet every quarter, and we've met every quarter in the past 12 months. We have DECA involved. They have a chair in the room now, which is fantastic, formerly DWELP for the Victorians in the room. We're working always towards recognition of BPAD in Victoria, making it mandatory, and working on alternative for short fire run methodology was one of the projects we were running on there, and development of potential advisory note for councils clarifying requirements for non-habitual buildings, outbuildings located within the defendable space. So the working groups are all working towards fantastic projects, and they are a really vital cog in the machine of BPAD, and the Bushfire Services team really values everyone's contribution. We also have a TAC20 Bushfire Working Group. The chair of that is Mark Potter. Some members in this room, some practitioners in this room are sitting on TAC20, and again, we really value your input. We sought advice from AFAC and COAG in relation to the definition of critical and essential infrastructure. We tabled a discussion on calculating effective slope at the subcommittee for AS3959, which is undertaking a review. Delivery of a bushfire behaviour awareness webinars came through TAC20, and we dropped 2 of those in the last couple of months. Development of guidelines for slope and vegetation assessment and effective slopes working group worked on drafting a guide, and the AS3959 development of a handbook, which is currently in the works, and we think that'll be a really worthwhile project. Do you want to talk more about anything?
Yeah, so just
Sorry.
For the TAC20, the way that our chair, who couldn't be here today because he's got conflicting meetings as well, Mapura, the way that he wanted to work with it, we've got a lot of projects on the go, so we're just outsourcing them. He kind of came up with this idea of let's write up a project for the next 12 to 24 months and see what is the projects that are kind of hot topics are the ones that can be packed a little bit at the back burner. So the guidelines for slope and vegetation assessment, so it's 2 separate guidelines. You might have seen an email coming from us a couple months ago asking whether you can put a quote if you want to do the work. So that's coming from that TAC20. We did source a person who was ready to deliver it, so we're now negotiating and trying to sort out if she's going to have any time in the near future to actually sit down and spend a couple days on writing it. And once we're going to have that initial draft, we're going to redistribute it back to TAC20 and get the feedback from the industry. Couple other things that we do is, we've got our software that is Fire Maps, which you're welcome to have a look at it. And we've got a Flame Soul, which most of you know. And there is going to be a little bit of a change with both of them because our systems are moving. We're changing our website, as they keep telling us for the past several years. I think that it's finally kind of there. There's a lot of, next month I think, there's a lot of moving parts to it. And Flame Soul and Fire Maps are going to be linked into that, so we're looking into revamping the whole thing. So hopefully it's going to have a better look, and particularly Flame Soul will have a little bit better functionality that can be used by the practitioners. Thank you. I don't think we have any time for questions, but I'm more than happy to have a chat after our morning break. We're planned to come back here at 11, and we'll start working on our revision of the BPAD scheme. Enjoy your morning tea. Thank you. Hi, everybody. If you can start coming through and getting back into your the presentation. Just sit anywhere, sit somewhere where there is butcher papers, maybe to this table. You can just sit here, Lisa. Hi, can you hear me? Is my microphone is on or no? Yeah? Yes, great. I hope everybody enjoyed their morning tea. For those of you in the room, can you please join a table so then we've got more than 2 people at one table? So just move around a little bit and park yourself somewhere. Yeah, maybe you guys can go there or you guys can I think that, yeah, some people are moving there. So the purpose of the workshop that we're going to have right now, and Nick is still running around and giving the competencies of the BPAD scheme. As I've mentioned, we will start looking into the competencies and the BPAD scheme overall. So as you know, the BPAD was first established in 2006 in New South Wales. Since then, we didn't really have much of changes to the industry. Sorry, there has been changes to the industry, but there has not been change to the accreditation scheme, the competencies and the jobs that practitioners are doing. And we're constantly being asked whether I can do this job or not. And if you're going to the handbook, it's not always clear on that. So what we would like to do, and as I've mentioned, the project that we are starting is the revision of the scheme. We've got Peter Miller online, who's going to be taking some notes, and then we're just going to do a bit of a notes in the room as well and bring them back. So it's just the first gathering a data of the information. So what you've got on your desks should be a butcher paper with some markers. If table is missing it, let us know. We've got us running around. For those in the Zoom, you are going to be assigned into groups, or are they going to self-assign? Yeah, great. And we're going to pose several questions, so we're just going to go a question after question. So we'll just pose a question, and then we would like for you to think about it, write down everything that you would like about it, and then present back to the group. So the first question is, what have you learned in practice that you now believe or know should be included in the BPAD course? So what was missing, or what is in generally missing from the training that you have done in past that is required from the BPAD practitioner? Yes?
What BPAD course are you talking about?
Whichever course you've done, so if you can outline that course and just let us know. Grad Deep or Grad Cert, yes. Either Melbourne University or Western Sydney. Yeah. Yeah, so there will be something that you didn't do in past, or there will be something that you, if you're a more recent graduate, you might be feeling that there is a lacking of it in there. And it's more of a looking of just thinking of what was different between what you trained, or what you've been trained for, versus what is there right now in the practices required to do from you. So maybe there is a fire engineering element, maybe there is an element of, I don't know, building of some description. So it's, what do you think is lacking? So we'll have about 15 to 20 minutes for you, and then please write it down on the, as a group on the butcher paper. And the examples of jobs are obviously in the handbooks. All right, so I think that we're good to go. I think our online just waiting for the online people to join us back. Great. So for those of you in the Zoom, for those of you who've been online, you have been in 4 groups. So once we're going to start calling you, can you please make sure that once we're going to say somebody from group 1, just have one person to talk. But we're going to start from, if Nick is going to come back, yes, there he is. So we're going to start from the group here, table that Nick is going to start choosing. If we can just get one person who can start telling us what you found was lacking in the, or what that should be included in the BPAD course.
It's on. We'll start from this side and we'll just work our way across.
Yeah, and then as we'll be doing it, we'll then collect all your answers, bundle them as a question 1, and then we'll move on to question 2.
So have we got a speaker on this table?
Oh, right. The scribe usually doesn't have to read. Yeah, we put a few points down. Interpretation of legislation, of the New South Wales legislation.
Well, I'm guessing all the others as well, yeah?
Yeah. RFS expectations, and understanding what RFS expect to see in a report and what when they're assessing the application. Balancing client interests with standards. That's, I forgot the word for the moment. Managing client expectations. Project management, ethics, that was what I meant to say before. interests with ethics, gauging risk appetites, certification process, what role should BPAD play in the certification process, and understanding regulatory processes, e.g. the EPNA Act, Biodiversity Conservation Act, understanding the development assessment side of applications.
Thank you. Now that we're going to the next group, if you've got something different or if something that you thought is particularly important that you haven't thought of, that would be good to hear as well, because then we can get a bit of a...
I would agree with all of those points. Basically, I think we raised a similar, we had building compliance post-construction, which is similar. What role should BPAD have? We are concerned about this level 4 competency stuff that you're talking about. Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about council expecting bushfire consultant to provide compliance to do with building compliance. I personally don't believe it should be our role. Discussion. Another point, maybe more information on GIS mapping, how to make good maps and where to access data. And we had again awareness of planning instrument, DCP, LEP, ATAB instruments, which is similar to what the first group stated. Legislation, perhaps a little bit more on better bushfire outcomes, like which is a whole subject on its own, I suppose. Again, professional code of conduct, bushfire specific, and a little bit of in New South Wales when it comes to BALS certificate and BALS risk assessment. We are kind of left on our own on that one because the RFS won't touch CDC, and we're sort of making our own rule a little bit as we go, which I think I think we need more information or maybe brainstorming about it. And that's about it, I suppose, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula.
I haven't got much to add. Talked about the fire engineering, bushfire engineering brief in level 3, finding that the competencies that the FPA ask us to address are not often covered. It's been a long time since I did the course at UWS, but didn't sort of seem to set us up for the fire engineering brief process. There's no templates, there's no real guidance. Everyone's asking for more information, but I'm not sure what's out there. I found personally went from student one day to professional the next. And there wasn't a lot of talk about report writing and how they should be formatted, what you're trying to cover, who you're trying, whose expectations you're trying to, who's more important, RFS council, who's looking, what do they want to see. It was a bit about the practicalities of being a consultant in the long run, insurances, on a day-to-day basis of operating your company. I know it's not really the job of the UWS uni course to teach you that. It'd be nice to have more exposure to stuff like that, see some more actual reports, maybe do more groundwork, more walk-arounds, more site visits, see what you're looking at. Someone said practicalities in identifying the vegetation groups and the variations the same. Where the mapping is, how you can look at the mapping, how you can, maybe fuel loadings, identify, maybe not actually doing fuel measurements, but, identifying what options are available during that scene. Crossover to construction standards. A lot of people don't come from a building background. So you open up the standard, they're hard to read. It's got the guidelines in there, but no use explaining how an eave could be built if you don't know what an eave is, so just things like that, stuff like that, So I've seen it. That's about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Yeah, so at our table we have Victorians, we've got a fire engineer and New South Wales people, so we had a little diverse range. The first 3 topics were covered by the previous table, so looking at performance design, construction certification and project management, so where BPAD fits in the whole project. So they've been covered off. We had 4 other issues, wildfire operational standards, so how do firefighters respond, so looking at that issue about fire response. Looking at subject matter experts more being in the BPAD courses that are in. That was a little bit different in Victoria. They've got a range of people that present in Victoria, but in New South Wales it's generally only 1 or 2 people that come through. We also thought that regular updates and refreshers through CPD points or specific qualifications could be looked at through not necessarily the BPAD course, but follow on after the course is done. And also strategic planning and a broader landscape and assessment process. So having a look at what is actually happening outside the 140 metres and how that affects risk mitigation and measures that we could apply in the BPAD scheme.
Thank you. Or you can just probably pass it.
Yeah, we had some similar ones as well. One thing that we talked about that came up a lot is that practical application of the course, the theory.
Yep.
So yeah, same sort of thing, report writing, examples of reports. My experience was that if you were employed at the time doing the course, those sort of people pick that up really well, but those who weren't, which are most, don't. So we're asking for academia to get practical.
Yeah. Well.
In terms of that, also setting up like a mentoring program or fostering that sort of relationship, so when people move out of the course and get their accreditation, they can get the assistance that they require. We also talked about training or more knowledge on Biodiversity Conservation Act and how that applies or can apply to your assessments, APZs, access, otherwise. Impacts, we're getting asked by clients and applicants on that sort of stuff a lot these days. And more bushfire behaviour. We've got people in our group that have done a course recently, and I think, Rod, you might have done one of the first courses that there were. So the table spans a lot of history, and back in the day there was a lot of emphasis on bushfire behaviour, but maybe not so much now.
Mm-hmm.
And land and environment court expectations and training. So even though you may think you may not want to do that work, chances are you may not get a choice, I should say, and your report writing should reflect the fact that it may end up in court anyway. So, that might reflect the level 3 view or people wanting to go into that area or the grad dip, but that'd be good as well. I think that's all.
Thank you. Yeah, the practical application is definitely a hard one to make sure that there is, but mentoring is an interesting topic that we keep wanting to bring about, but it's how to set it up is a little bit of a puzzle at the moment, yeah.
Thanks, Nick. We've covered off on a lot of these ones. Big one was the practical application of planning for bushfire protection and the structure of the document, how acceptable solutions link in with performance, things like that, the nuances of the document, probably spending time reading through, understanding and actually guiding your way through the document, how to run a business, the softer skills of how to be a consultant or the role of the consultant for negotiation, conflict resolution, stakeholder management with different multidisciplinary teams and how you might work with them. Some of the environmental principles we've already spoken about, how you trade off some of those principles around ecology, bushfire, priority planning, and how you negotiate that stuff. Reasonableness, as what's a reasonable approach to take with some of these things in terms of risk management. And then I think a big one that we really missed was how do you serve the client at the end of the day to bring all of your things and to educate them around what is the reasonable risk and what's a reasonable outcome and what sort of dollars are they looking at in trying to manage this stuff.
Thank you. We have a very interesting group over here. We've got mainly regulators. I'm not sure if you guys want to talk. So we have been joined during the break by RFS, DPLH, and DPE representatives, which is great.
Thank
Michael,
you.
if you want to give us,
Yeah. Good morning. A lot of our dot points have already been covered off, as you can imagine, and yeah, we do have a bit of a mix of what we see, I suppose, on our side of the fence versus consultants and when they've done the course. But main one was engaging with other people like civil engineering, landscape architects, traffic engineering, all those types that come to, or should be all pulled together. Understanding is what's near in a report, a clear report. We see that a lot, and the good mapping skills, which I think was covered earlier as well. Guidelines, one to liaise with professional and scale the speciality of a project. That one's been covered. issues on how vegetation classification, the main one there is remnant vegetation. We get a lot of people, how far you want to stretch that definition of remnant veg. And emergency evacuation plans. And again, a bit Lou, like you mentioned, Lou, with working with the client, so the client themselves can, at the end, has a much better increase in fire safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've basically everything that we've got on our list has already been covered, so I won't bore you all with that. The main point was reiterating the mapping skills and keeping up to date with what mapping or what online facilities are out there for mapping. And we also threw in use of drones, if we're going to use those for taking aerial images.
Yep.
There's laws around, flying a drone over residential areas, so we probably should know about that before we start doing that. And the post-construction certification was another one that we had that big discussion about. I know it's already been covered, but it was a big discussion for us here.
Thank you. With the drones, it is my understanding that when you're getting a drone license, you can then you then will be able to understand where you can and you can't fly, but you can just use any drone, right? I'm understanding that not all the BPAD practitioners would be registered or licensed to do the drone. There is no license requirement, okay. Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah, so there is a need then to provide a bit of or maybe a fact sheet if you are using a drone, these are the things that do's and don'ts. For the practitioners, the immediate change, yes? Yeah, so I needs a license and the that's what I thought. So yeah, we'll work on that. Thank you. Got.
Yeah, we have got a mixed bag at this table with regulators and practitioners, and obviously a lot of the points have already been picked up on. But if I can reinforce the conflict resolution, you've sort of given the tools here, but there's very delicate interaction between a range of professionals and trying to come together and come up with solutions. You're kind of tossed into it, and often there is a lot of emotion and lots of things to discuss and debate. So yeah, conflict resolution, technical report writing in terms of what makes a good technical report, the way, the style, so on and so forth. And it sounds like a dry topic, but it's essential if you're professional. Here's the elements of a good technical report. Again, client relations, I think, is important. Expectations, I think Lou picked up on. Performance-based reporting and the techniques and the separation of the two there is that, the techniques maybe being flame sol and the actual then the reporting is how do we get that and then put it together into a good performance-based report. And I think it would be good also to have an example. We talk about auditing, rather than waiting to find out the hard way. Here's an example of what a good report looks like, and therefore that sets the expectation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll jump to the Zoom group. So what I would like to ask from the Zoom participants, so from each of the group, there would be one person who can talk. And if you can just run through the points, if they haven't been yet, of anything that haven't been yet covered. And then just send the summary to us of everything else. So we'll start with group 1. If you've got a volunteer for group 1. No, we don't have volunteers from group 1. Group 2?
I think I was in group 2, I can't remember which group I was in. It's Peter Miller here talking.
Hi, Peter.
Yeah, g'day. Everything that's been covered has covered everything that we talked about in our meeting. The only thing I'd like to reiterate is that there was quite a bit of talk around practical knowledge and experience working with fire. So, and even talked about whether there should be a bridging level between level 2 and 3, some sort of bridging training. That's probably the main point. Everything else that we covered, I thought I had some left, but then they got picked up by the last couple of groups. So I think we're pretty well covered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Since we don't know the group numbers, I don't know, I'll just go whether we have anybody. So we've got group number 3.
Is anyone going to talk in this group?
Yeah, I can talk if you like, David.
Okay, there's David talking, but if you miss anything, I'll try and add.
Okay, yep. We had many of the same issues. Obviously, there's a stream there. I thought, I think Lou said it, how to run a business, it's critical. Project management, data management, it's possibly, if there's an audit process, the FPA would probably like a streamlined process. So is there a way of managing data inside your business that can be readily audited? I thought expert witness procedures was something that should be definitely part of the diploma level 3, possibly all levels, to be honest. And just a more understanding of the legal framework, insurance coverage, boundaries, expectations, and again, that certification of a bushfire attack level versus the construction. And where does emergency management preparation of plans, where are your boundaries, what's your expectations, what are your exposure to liabilities in that? So a lot more in emergency management. And yeah, where are our qualifications extend to? When do we start going beyond our qualifications? David, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, you've covered. The other thing I would add, I think that came from the group or was talked about, was the courses that we've done. This, say from the Melbourne Union, from the New South Wales, whatever it is. They've evolved. Things have changed. So and they're moved on. So perhaps some update on where that stands in terms of the technologies that they were talking about. For instance, M2 calculations versus this extreme value or whatever it was way of dealing with things. Which leads into the other issue is that the courses that I did and what we experience prepares us in terms of learning about bushfire behaviour. But it doesn't prepare us for when we get out and actually become a consultant, where we have to deal with competing commercial pressures and indeed even political pressures. These things can, we have to sort of find our own way in having to deal with the different interest groups, the different stakeholders. In Victoria, we, of course, have to learn how to deal with not only the councils, but with the CFA. It must be the same in every state. And in WA, where we also work, we find that things are somewhat different as well. So I think that there needs to be an emphasis on preparing, as someone said previously, preparing how to be a consultant, how to be a practitioner, and to apply our services in a meaningful and legal way. What are the boundaries? Where are we culpable? Where are we actually at risk ourselves? I think that's about it.
Thank you. So it's about practical application.
Mm.
Do we have somebody else online who's, thank you, David, thank you, Dan. Do you have anybody else online who would like to mention something, or I'm just waiting for the...
Yeah, if you like. Dave McMoney's. Look, just, I'm not sure what group I was with, Maria, so I do apologise, and to Eldon. But a couple of the points that we looked at was certainly the emergency management planning, how we can achieve it, how it relates back to our reporting system and the overall fire management strategies, not only for bushfire, but for the buildings as well. There was also a comment on practical skills, and that revolves around, it's nice to have theory on fire behaviour, but there's nothing better than to be able to get out there and to see how that fire really behaves in a small scale, for example, like a hazard reduction. So there may be an opportunity to have, future students, or even some of us oldies, to go back out and have a look at the real world and see what's happening in terms of fire behaviour. There was comments made on NCC, Part 5, Section 43. That's an ongoing session, and that's a confusing area, to say the least. Knowledge of how bushfire risk management plans have been put together by various landholders, including councils, national parks, and so on, because that has benefit, if you like, but might be just the opposite to our reporting system. Unless we know what's going on in the surrounding areas to our assets and how it's been thought about, then that may have some impacts onto our reporting and so on. And that includes, vegetation threats and so on. Eldon, I think I've covered off on most of those. You might have a couple of ones from our group. Eldon?
If anybody online has any other further questions, just send them through to us. It will be most welcome, because we'll, again, as I said, we'll collate all of it. The second question that we have that would like to ask is similar but different. So the difference is, what do you think should not have, so what you studied at the course, which you think was absolutely unnecessary? We are probably going to give about 10 minutes for this question, and then get the information back out to you. And the questions, we have a couple more questions, but just looking at the time, I think that we overestimated or underestimated the time for these things. What have you learned in practice that you now believe or know should be removed from the BPAD course? So what do you think was not necessarily required, or where you found that there was not, there is no practical application in the future? About 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll come back as a group. Am I good to go? All right, so I had a bit of a walk around the, hi. I had a bit of a walk around the room. I think that there is not, I don't think that that's going to take such a long time, because I think that a lot of tables just had an empty papers, because everybody believes that things do need to be kept in the course the way that they're kept in the course. Just by the show of hand, if your table has something where you would like to say that something needs to be removed from the course, or if you've got any comments about it, could you please just raise your hand, and then Nika's going to come and talk to you, because I know that some of you have empty pieces of paper. Or we'll just volunteer, because these beautiful people, they have the whole page written up.
I'm still writing and I'm the one talking. Dear diary.
Hello, are we on?
Yeah.
Excessive cost for the course. It didn't pass a cost-benefit analysis, essentially.
Okay.
And firefighting techniques. And it wasn't so much about something being removed, but the needing to vary the method of delivery of alternate solutions.
So when you're talking about it, does it mean that it's what, the face-to-face delivery versus online and hybrid delivery, or
No,
just the way that people teach?
It was how it was taught, and this is over 10 years ago, so I know it has changed, but
Yep.
it was very much a, individuals had assignments as to, for example, windows or wall doors and stuff like that. Here, you do the assignment on this, then you present it, then we all exchange data. It wasn't...
Oh, it wasn't like you do the whole thing yourself. Yep.
Yep.
Got it, thank you. Next table. Or Nick can just start volunteering people. The cost is an interesting one. I know how to reduce the cost, but it's value for money, yeah.
We didn't necessarily come up with anything that should be removed from the course, but more so that the course shouldn't be static in the sense that it needs to be flexible to change with the legislations that change, etc. So if you look at the planning system, for example, it's changing regularly in New South Wales. So the course needs to be flexible enough to keep abreast with those changes. That was probably the biggest thing that we sort of discussed, yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to? Thanks, Duncan.
You're welcome. Yeah, so the exercise before is about what we want.
Yeah.
And then the first two things we said that we want to remove is cost and time. So we're quite hypocritical here, that we want everything, but don't want to spend the time or the cost to get those things. But one thing that we did agree on is the barriers to getting into the industry need to change. So it's quite difficult for people to come into the industry. And obviously we haven't got a very big profile out there in the community. So they're the things that need to be removed as those barriers to coming in. And I think if you have to pay for it and you have to invest time, well, that's what you have to do.
Yep. Thank you.
We had cost as well at this table.
Yeah.
And we found it hard to pull things out, but we did note that having a reduction in just a theory and turning it into practical application, I think that was mirrored in our answer to the first question as well. And generic course content. So a typical example is interpretation of building regulation. Again, tailoring that very specific to how we apply that information to how we use it rather than a generic readout of regulations, etc. The boring stuff.
Oh, the most needed probably at some point as well, the boring stuff. Anybody else? Any other tables? Yep.
It might be a little bit idealistic, but if there was a little bit more interstate consistency between, I mean, something that I think can easily transfer is the fire science. Obviously, everyone's using the same kind of science behind what you're doing. Policy regulation changes state to state, which is necessary. But even then, interstate, I think Paul was mentioning just before, if he's had some students come through who've learned in Victoria and they're then coming to get their accreditation in New South Wales, some of the language and the way that you think about how fire would move through the landscape is different. And, and so it would be great to get more consistency there,
Yeah. How to spell bushfire would be a good consistency as well, but we're not going to go there. One word or two words? Is it New South Wales is the only one, right, state that does 2 words? Any from you guys? Any of the tables want to add anything? No? Do we have any online people who would like to add anything to this? If not, that's fine.
I do from table 1.
Yeah?
It's Peter again. Somehow I've ended up being the mediator at our group, but anyway. There's really something that was tagged into the first discussion that it didn't touch on. That was about people from a different discipline backgrounds. So someone from a firefighting background, if you like, and someone might be from a planning background, etc. That some of the subjects are areas of expertise for the people undertaking the course, and whether the course needs to be structured to enable people coming from different backgrounds or different disciplines. And so it might be not necessarily about removing content, it might be about how the course is structured for individuals undertaking it. So if you come from one particular background, you wouldn't cover this subject, but you cover this subject because you don't have that particular, and vice versa. Yeah, so that's probably the takeaway that I get from our group.
Do you have anybody else?
Yes, as table 3 or group 3,
Uh, basically, there was nothing that really needed to be removed, so much as a better focus on some aspects. The one potential issue or point which could be removed from the course is the calculation of the FDI. While it's interesting, it doesn't really serve any real purpose, given that it's not accepted in an alternate or a performance solution, except to understand potentially how climate change will impact fire behaviour.
Interesting. Anybody else?
We had an interesting discussion. We all had sort of different opinions on things. Some thought that the fire safety and engineering stuff should come out altogether or be watered down. Others thought it should stay or be enhanced, or even be a separate delivery and a specialist field. Some thought there was too much or too little about fire behaviour delivered. A lot of us thought there was too much sort of hard maths, particularly with the fire engineering side of things. But it's my understanding that's been taken out of the latest course, certainly at UWS. The speaker just before talking about FDI being taken out, I was wondering if I'd ever use that when I did the UWS course, but of course it's now part of one of the NCC pathways is to calculate FDI. So I'm not sure that that's really irrelevant now. Interesting point that was raised before about breaking some of those barriers down. Certainly when I signed up for the UWS course, you had to have a background in planning, ecology, building surveying or anything as a prerequisite to enter the course. Wonder if, if someone who's been a volunteer firefighter since they were 16, they want to be a bushfire consultant, why would they need to go and do a course on something that they have no intention of ever practicing in? If they actually want to do bushfire, let them in to do it and structure the course. I mean, all these different backgrounds can enter, but maybe we just structure the course to kind of cover a lot of those backgrounds anyway. It's just something I thought of.
Thank you. Anybody else? Or I'll take it as no then. Then we're going to move on to the next question, which I'm going to skip one and I'm going to go to this one. What jobs or types of jobs are you being asked to perform that you believe is either not covered by current BPAD scheme competencies or requires further training or education? So in front of you, you've got the current competencies for level 1, 2, and 3. I'm not suggesting that there is a level 1 in New South Wales by no stretch of imagination. It's just there because it's just the competencies. And if you can kind of think of the jobs which are a little bit outside of the regular framework, and then maybe see whether there are any competencies that are covering it or which particular competency you think is required. So we're then going to be able to feed it back a little bit more, and that would be more looking into it. So once we'll look into that, we'll then have a look at what data you have provided, plus all the other means of data collection that we will have about the training that you have done, what is there, what is not there, and then we will be able to put together a little bit better picture of what the BPAD scheme should look like. So we'll get about 20, 25 minutes, whatever it's going to take for this one. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Well, it's we've got about 25 minutes left until the lunch. So yeah, if we can just get back together to the group and have a look at the question again. Nick can go to the table, so I don't know where he is standing, so maybe he can just start with you guys. So what jobs do you think that they're either not covered or require further training?
Yep, we had the certification one came up.
So which certification?
So
Because that's a
it
loaded.
could be confirmation or certification, whatever word you want to use, of building, built form for AS3959. Could be landscape plans, it could be subdivisions. That style of work, I don't think is covered in the competencies. We also came up with bushfire management plans, operational plans for managing reserves, or it could be critical infrastructure proposals, etc. Undertaking bushfire risk assessments in the true sense of the word in terms of risk, rather as opposed to sort of the hazard assessments we do, and legal work, court, tribunal type.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We have that one, building certification. It's big, it's turning up in DAs everywhere now. Accredited consultant must sign off on a building, basically. Conflicting planning outcomes in regard to vegetation management plans, APZ managements, arborist reports, getting everyone together to agree on everything that works together. Yeah, so we didn't seem to cover that a lot anywhere. Yeah. That's about all we had.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had the same things as Table 1, so construction certificates, so the construction standards, planning certificates, so subdivision certificates. It's all about that certification and compliance requirement post-development. Again, the development and or auditing of landscape management planning, so that's more that strategic and risk management plan at landscape level. Also, we had, as a little cheeky one, representation to bushfire executive committees for consultants. So we're not actually, we represent clients that may be landowners, but we're not welcome to join RFS at their bushfire executive committee level, which is quite strategic, and there could be some work done in there.
Yeah, just following on from that point, just generally speaking about high-level planning advice, whether that's sitting with RFS at the table or CFA in Victoria, wherever you are, but sitting with councils as well, talking about the design of precinct structure plans, new suburbs going in, things like that. You know, what's the level of certification that's required for that? It's a bit unclear. More general points. Knowledge of other environmental overlays, which I think very much is touched on before, you know, understanding biodiversity and heritage and amenity overlays so that you can deal with conflicting objectives. Knowledge of costs to clients and kind of needing to give ballpark figures on what they're expected to pay, and not just the timing, but also the, so not only the costs financially, but also the time that they should be expecting that they'll be getting things back from councils and things like that. Being asked to do the job of a fire engineer in performance solutions. So that's outside of most BPAD scope. Advice on BCA. So that's a common one as well, I think. Interpretation of acceptable risk, which is just a vague term that is different for whoever's saying it. So kind of expecting that a BPAD consultant would be able to determine that with authority is, yeah, that's outside of the scope, I suppose.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we, again, at building compliance is a standard one, and with building compliance also hydrant compliance with subdivision and so on. We're not hydraulic engineers, we cannot possibly, plus the PBB standard is different for what council uses, so very confusing. One other point raised was APZ compliance, that 15%, 30%. How to calculate the canopy sometimes can be a bit tricky. Do we go back to intent or we stick to the prescription? We discussed a lot about flame zone and the fact that these days many people just simply prescribe flame zone, that's it, and pass it on. While most of us understand there should be a performance-based solution, it should have redundancy, but the RFS seems to be just going flame zone, that's it, apply the standard. So leaves things a bit loose, because in New South Wales, if flame zone is not deemed to satisfy, so it's kind of left a bit open there when you just prescribe a flame zone and just walk away. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We had a pretty big list. The big one was certification, sort of during and post works. The other stuff, there's a bunch of things that have been said, but there's also a heap of things that the Royal Fire Service don't see, that we do pre-purchase, due diligence, LEP, DCPs. Like there's a bunch of risk assessment stuff or specialty things that you do that are based on your expertise and your risk tolerance. So I think some of this, I'm cautious with what competencies require further training and education from the FPA or from the scheme, because there are things that people in this group do by nature of their skills and experience that they can do that is within this, you know, the remit of the scheme in terms of doing edge and slope and coming up with the basics, but then the value add proposition comes over the top of that. So I put in a very big, don't box us in on here, that there's a heap of things that we all do that are not necessarily 1 + 1 = 2.
Yep. Thank you.
We don't really have anything that hasn't been covered, but certification of building elements was the key issue. Same with APZ compliance and any methodology for that, as well as what is the threshold for determining when an engineer is required to certify access arrangements of compliance, such as bridges, basically.
Thank you.
So the two things that we had that haven't already been covered was structure inspections for, say, a building information certificate. You know, somebody's put up a unapproved deck, and then we have to go out along and have a look and determine whether that's going to comply or not. And then the other one is relating to basically general advice to, say, mums and dads wanting to know what their BAL is just for their own reference if they want to do their own upgrades because of climate change and a perceived increase in risk. And that's something that we're not thinking that, you know, we're covered under the competencies, just the general advice.
Everything's been covered off pretty much. The only added thing would be a bushfire construction schedule, which is pretty much a stripped down version of AS 3959s and specific to a build. And then compliance certification of conditions of consent as well.
Thank you. What's everybody in the room? What about our online participants? We'll give them a moment to unmute themselves if anybody wants to add something or raise something.
Yeah, I'll jump in, Maria. Table room 2. Okay, most of the stuff's been covered, obviously, but a couple of things that we came up was that would get us to do occasionally is design of bushfire sprayer systems to the Australian standard. Also to speak really about warning systems, how the message gets out, not necessarily the warning tone or anything. And we're relating that to maybe larger industrial complexes, caravan parks, things like that, where we acknowledge that the services put out tones through SMS and so on, but there is a need to maybe get that message, the actual message out to people. That's another one. Ellery Court was done. Large-scale evacuation planning. We get asked to do, well, some of us get asked to do that. That's something that's not really covered in the course, so maybe we should look at that sort of thing. And I'm talking about, anything for 10,000 people. Rock music concerts, all that sort of stuff. Another point was trying to fix up non-accredited work where we get called in after a report's been done, and we're just sort of asked to if we can get it up and running again. That's another one. And you've identified all the others, including fire hydrant certification and so on. So there's a lot that we do get asked to do, which is really not necessarily covered in the course. Thank you.
Anybody else from the online participants? We'll give them a minute or two, no?
No, nothing from our group.
Thank you. Whoever it was, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for participating in the workshop. As I've mentioned, all of the information is going to be processed, and we're going to start working on revising the current competencies in the BPAD scheme. So probably you will hear more from us, and particularly from Peter. Peter, if you're online, do you want to add anything?
No, I only to say I was the one that said nothing from our group, by the way, group one. No, nothing more to add than just thanks very much for the feedback. I'm looking forward to the notes from the meeting there. I've got a ton of notes sitting on my desk right now, but he's scribbling away. So thank you very much for your input. It's been very useful. But this is just the start of the process. That's it.
Be in touch. We're probably going to get a bit of a survey monkey going around with a bit more information, just flesh out a bit more information from you guys. And Peter Miller is a consultant, external consultant. As I've said, we engaged an external consultant to help us work on the project. So it's more of a project manager who's going to be working with us on making sure that the competencies within the BPAD scheme are matching those that you are required to do the jobs. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. Maybe nothing. Maybe we're just going to identify that everything there at the moment is all good and great. I don't think so. I think that we're going to have to tweak a few things around, particularly hearing things that the certification, I think, is going to be quite a big one. So we will be in touch with you as a group and then potentially individually as well. If any of you would like to contribute and have some ideas of how some of the gaps can be breached, please do get in touch with us and let us know. Potentially some of the information as well, if the universities or the university providers will get in touch with us, we're obviously going to provide all of it. And yeah, I think that that's about it on the workshop. We have about 10 minutes left between here and lunch. I don't know if the lunch is being served right now or not, but if anybody has any further questions, any comments, you want to talk about anything? Yes? Nick, can we get a microphone, please? Just to Julian over here.
Hello.
Yep.
Hello. I briefly discussed this with the group and was just looking at types of jobs not covered in the scheme and also not expected to be covered in the scheme. But for example, I'm an ecologist as well as bushfire.
Yeah.
And a lot of time we'll do the bushfire reports, ecology's reports side by side, and able to address any conflicting issues, vegetation management, things like that. And other times we'll get bushfire reports that have already been done by someone else, and we'll do the ecology and work around that, provide points back. But I'm guessing there's also going to be a fair few other ecological consultants out there with no bushfire experience at all who will get these reports and just be going, I'm supposed to manage all this grassland when there's golden sun moth out there. That's going to get federally charged. That's EPBC listed, and quite a few people in here have no idea what the EPBC Act is. So I guess I brought it up during the training session where you should have bushfire professionals. This isn't just ecology; it's arboriculture, it's planning. It's like just have be encouraged or have some experience in other fields, but also encourage those other fields. The thought I had was potentially repurposing the level 1 for other professionals in other industries, so they'd have that background experience and have it be at some level recognised.
Potentially.
That way, at least there's more talk between the industries, and we're not being drawn in we're not being drawn into things we don't know anything about, and we shouldn't be working on. Like arboriculture is the big one. Like I have an arborist on staff, which I've been able to refer this on to, but I've had people come to me. The arborist has assessed all the trees within 50 metres. Can you pick out which ones need to be removed for canopy separation? Why are you asking me this? Because they have no idea. Yeah. They just said, okay, you asked us to assess the trees in this area. Which ones need to be removed? They don't know. I don't know. We have an arborist who is thankfully able to fill that gap, but
it's not for everybody. Yeah.
It's not, just having that having that broader, what we were saying earlier. Don't box us in. But at the same, be able to, and it also be much more cost effective for the client as well if they can. Because we've had situations where we've had to send our arborist back out to reassess the trees because they just didn't cover the areas where the asset protection zone was. Things like that. So if we can say, okay, go with this arborist, they're BPAD accredited, they'll know about defendable space. All we have to do is give them a distance and separation, and done.
Thank you. And perhaps it's not necessarily being BPAD accredited, but just providing an awareness so this thing exists. It was quite interesting. I was at the AFEC 2 weeks ago, and we had listening to the engineer talking about the NCC changes, and she had no idea that the BPAD exists. She's like, nobody knows how to do this bushfire. What is this bushfire attack level? I don't even know what it is. And then I'm like, hi. Do you want us to tell you there's this whole industry, but that's just installation of the sum of the, and then the following fire engineer did talk about the BPADs. I think you were in that session as well, Mel. Yeah. It was quite fascinating to see that, you just don't know. Anybody else? Yeah?
I just thought that was a fascinating point to make. Following on from that, obviously FPA does its best job in representing bushfire practitioners as a peak body out there. But what else is it doing in terms of advocacy for all of the practitioners that are working in terms of representing, in a traditional way for what a union would do for any other industry?
Well, we've got an advocacy representative. I don't know, Mel, if you want to speak a bit about yourself and your role of what you do in terms of representing. If we'll get the microphone going, though, or this one, or just this one, I'm not sure.
Great question. Great question. Just taking that question from the West Australian perspective, but it could be replicated in every jurisdiction. And ultimately, FPA Australia aims to have someone representing every jurisdiction. A couple of gaps at the moment, as Maria mentioned earlier today. But I see my job as connecting the dots between what the FPA Australia provides as an accreditation scheme and what and mindful of also that we provide accreditation in the built environment as well in a couple of jurisdictions. So we cut across a number of disciplines. But working with our regulators in Western Australia, such as DPLH, the Fire Service and others, and using the forums that have been described earlier to try and pull it together in a cohesive fashion. I mean, that sounds all very idealistic, and there's lots of gaps and lots of things that we could improve on. So, and my job is to try and identify those things and bring them to the fore and then work with Maria and others to try and solve it. So in terms of advocacy, picking out the issues and taking them to the right place. For example, the interim CEO and I and Maria are going to be, and one of my jobs is to go and see the Minister for Planning and Minister for Building, which we've managed to get an audience for in Western Australia. And one would expect that similar things happen in other states where we get a chance to advocate for the industry and say, these are the contemporary issues that have been raised by our punters, our members. These are the sorts of things we're working on to solve them, and here's some gaps. So that's an ongoing feast of work And, you know, forums like today and tomorrow and the next day will provide us with great material to work through. So that's how I see my job, Maria.
Thank you. Well, I think almost at lunchtime. I don't know if I've got one quick question or if you guys just want to leave and go have lunch. Lunchtime. Great. Well, thank you, everybody. We'll be back with at 1:45, I believe it is, or one. I should have looked into the program a little bit better. And 1:45, thank you. And we'll be joined by the RFS for the next workshop. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you liked your lunch. We're just waiting for a few people to get back into the room. For those of us who just joined, can you just please take a seat somewhere at an empty table? I think that we will move you around a little bit. Lou, are we gonna put them together? Yeah. So if you just joined us, there are several spots available here. Please come through. Don't be shy. We'll move you closer anyways. So at your tables, you will find a butcher paper and a couple markers. If you are missing butcher papers, I think that we've got these two tables are missing, Sharon, the front ones. So we've got a few extras. Can you put the presentation slide on? For those online, welcome as well from your lunch break. Hope you had a little bit of a break and gone out and enjoyed a bit of a sun, as we definitely did over here. I would like to invite Lou Short to kindly volunteered to assist us with one of the webinar, with a workshop on Work the Problem. And Lou is going to take it over from us. Lou is our BPAD Level 3 consultant, worked with RFS, EMV. No, when I met you was EMV, right? Yes. And now is also chair of the New South Wales Bushfire Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we sound on? Excellent. Afternoon, folks. I think today's going to be, it'll either go okay or it's going to fail horribly. So I'll apologise for that up front. The other one is I'll probably challenge a few people here and challenge a bit of how we approach our problems and how we come up with solutions to things, which I think is good. And one of the things I notice is that we generally jump into problem-solving mode very, very quickly. And we go, right, this, you know, when we do workshops in the past, here's an example, it's a flame zone house, what do you do? And today is all about going backwards to say, what is the actual problem we're trying to solve? So the problem's not flame zone, the problem is something else. So we're going to pull that apart a little bit. And that's going to work. There we go. So just a brief outline. So really, this is all about problem-solving skills. How we as a sector, how we as people, how we as a community of people actually work better, how we get outcomes for the community, how we get outcomes for clients, how we get outcomes that meet the aim of planning for bushfire protection. looking at the protection of the environment, development potential, community safety, basically, and how we balance these things in a meaningful way. So, a couple of dot points there in terms of what we're looking at. For those that know me, I usually tend to run things pretty loose. So if you've got questions as we're going, stick your hand up and we can work our way through it. So, common problems. Now, where's Maria or Nick? Just microphone-wise and just rove around. What are some common problems that we face? I'm just going to wait here until someone sticks their hand up. Thanks, Kate.
No, we don't encourage it. Okay. Defining which classification of vegetation meets which hazard. For example, is it a remnant or is it a forest?
Yep. Anyone else? I need at least 3. I'm going to start calling on people soon. Jane?
Site constraints. So, for example, if the lot is too small because it's an old lot from an old DP and it's not physically possible to get a separation from hazard.
Yep. I'm going to be pointed with this next one. Tegan or Mark? Sorry, down here. Mark Sugden or Tegan?
I think the earlier session this morning, Lou, pointed heaps of problems out. I think we just need to go back to some of those and start pulling those out. And I think, in particular, the performance side and how we collectively do that, how we assess that, how we articulate that is a problem.
Yep. And Tegan, I'll put you on the spot because I said you before.
Noting that we're all working within a regulatory environment, I think ambiguity within interpretation of what that regulatory environment is and what the requirements of those practicing within that environment is.
Yep, perfect. So the problems are multi-scale and they're not generally about flame zone or what's the vegetation classification or anything like that. The problems become how do we balance these things? You know, from a government perspective, is the housing affordability crisis an issue we face? What does that look like for us? For the RFS and for planning side of things, that's a problem. So how does that problem, how do you come back to what is that problem so that you can then actually address it in a meaningful way with policy, with guidelines, with scope, with something that actually means something. So the problem down here, for those that can see it, there are targets that government has stipulated for development. So that might be a problem. That, you know, there is targets, there's an expectation, these sort of things are going to be delivered. We've got problems associated with climate change, we've got problems associated with out-of-scale events or fires, with droughts, you know, all of those sort of things that come at us within an existing regulatory environment that present unique problems for us. And I think the top left vomit on the page is there are very few of these problems or challenges that happen in isolation. You do one thing and there's a knock-on effect to something else. And understanding how those problems interact, it is a challenging piece. And I think that's the sort of issue. So the technical problems, might be what sort of building materials. What's the system look like? You know, do you get an APZ in there or not? How many trees do you take out? They're pretty easy to fix because you just say, this is what it is, the material meets the Australian standard, job's right, off we go. You can get different solutions to the same problem that give the right outcome. It depends on expertise, approach, complexity, And interestingly, some of these are around control by the regulator, be it council, RFS, planning, whoever the regulator is, which comes back to confidence in the system and integrity of that system, and to how that control is actually released and how you work your way through it. I think, as Tegan said, one of the more complicated ones are the strategic problems, where you have ambiguity, uncertainty, you've got innovation, and the problem with innovation is that you're doing something which is untested. So that becomes a problem when you're trying to document stuff. So to Mark's point, how do you document in a way that actually makes sense to people? How do you work your way through the process? How do you go through design briefs? All of those sort of things become challenging when you're actually trying to go through strategic problems. Inherently, there is conflict with complex problems. People have different opinions. There's different religious views on things. There's different takes on it. There's you're right, I'm wrong, whatever it is. Legal issues, all of this results in reduced efficiency and risk management. And so the problem with that is that straight away we're set up for conflict in the system. So again, the problem's not a technical one. The problem becomes one about how you communicate, how you work your way through these things, and how you actually engage in a meaningful way. And so one of the difficulties with that, with the RFS or with anyone which is a regulator, is you can't actually work your way through every single application. You can't understand all of the pieces of the puzzle. So how does the Rural Fire Service go through and pull apart a report by Lou Short? Or, and how do you then communicate that and work your way through it? So some of these things have quite interesting systems. So from a system side of it, we've got the bushfire protection measures and the measures in combination. So the measures in combination are not a one-size-fits-all. And I know in the past I've often described it as a bunch of levers where you say you pull this lever more for an APZ to get a lower construction level, or you do this, or you do that, or whatever it is. Each of us are going to have different levers and different experience, different approach, different outcomes that we would bring to the table. Now, that's not saying those things are wrong, and I think in Nick's presentation this morning about what happens with the audit compliance side of it, what happens when it does go wrong for complaints, that is there for when it doesn't work. So how do we come together to actually look at these different mechanisms in a way that actually makes sense? And I think the interesting piece of the puzzle for me that is quite often missed is the client up in the top right-hand side there. So the mums and dads that are actually developing, the ones that are trying to get their renovation, their alteration and addition, whatever it is, are quite often voiceless. The big end of town tend to look after themselves because they get the experts to come on and work their way through it, and they have an integrated approach. But that piece of where does the rubber hit the road, of how is the client's voice heard in all of this, is a significant problem. And so I think if I could just ask you to spend maybe 3 minutes as a table just saying, how do you actually bring the client's voice to the front when we're doing this stuff? And that's for RFS as well. So client, developer, someone putting an application in, how do we actually hear, listen and understand to what their needs might be? So I'll just give you 3 minutes for that, and then we'll just go around quickly again and get a couple of updates. Okay, folks, I'll wrap it up there. Now, no, not every table. Tim or Alan are going to go first over here, Nick. Just over this way. Okay, folks. Over here. Sure. One more minute for the breakout people to come back. Have we got our breakout people back yet? Okay, folks, we'll go over to this table over here first of all. So, got a microphone. I did say, can you hear me here? No? All right. Hang on, just lost my mic. There we go. You got me again? There we go. So when I did say to Tim and Alan that they'd be first ones off the rank, and I think Alan's comment was it's an interesting concept of who our client is. So what'd you come up with, Tim?
Well, that was a very quick 3 minutes, Lou. But in the time that we did have to discuss it, we talked about the client being heard, particularly from RFS perspective, through the report or through consultants.
Hang on, Tim. So sorry, just over here, we're getting that one? Yeah, all right. So through the report and through the consultants? Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's about as far as we got, Lou.
Did anyone have anything different from that? We'll come back to that in a sec. So the client's voice is heard through the report and through the consultant. Paula?
Well, I guess the question, first of all, are we there to provide advice to start with about potential bushfire risk? One part of the coin. The other one, what kind of client are you talking about? Are you talking about the client that's got millions of dollars that just want to build on top of the hill, no matter what, and without considering sustainability?
Does it matter?
Well, I actually steer them away. That's my approach.
Any other comments on how the client's voice is heard?
Yeah,
Anyone?
you've just got to get into a discussion right from the outset, whether that's a meeting being organised between yourself and the client on site to discuss what their expectations are.
Yep.
And then you gauge what you do based on that.
So
within the systems that are available to you.
Okay. So RFS, just sing it out, rough ballpark. How many applications a year does the RFS receive? 4,000? 5,500. So the need to have the conversation with the client, absolutely. So the consultants are the closest ones to the client. And, you know, whether you choose to work with them or not is that's a different kettle of fish. How the client's voice is heard through the RFS when they're getting their 5,500 referrals a year is through the report, is through the interaction and the information which is provided in the report. So the most important person in the puzzle is actually voiceless in the equation, almost, because they don't have that direct line of sight coming back into the RFS. So for two sides to the same coin. So for consultants, it's absolutely crucial that the problem you're trying to solve is you're trying to demonstrate how an application meets planning for bushfire protection or something else to the RFS. The other side of the same coin is the RFS or council or the regulator should be looking at that and saying, this is the best information from this person, which is coming to us for a merit-based assessment. Do I have confidence in that or not? That's part of the issue. So I think just hang on to that as we go through. So one of the fundamental problems at a system level, and I'm saying legislative framework, the entire system, is the system is dependent on a bow tie type arrangement, a whole bunch of work being done by the applicant and their parties and their experts, coming down to a report, gets considered by the RFS, that then goes back out. So that piece of the puzzle is really important. So, and I won't read through these, but some of the problems we come up with, apart from that, the hazard assessment side of things, access, emergency management arrangements, like it is a complicated space that we actually operate within. So some of the words that I've been very deliberate in here, so determining the level of risk. So for the first one there. So that's for people to determine the level of risk, not just the BAL. Is this actually right for the bushfire protection measures to give us the right sort of outcome that meets the aim and objectives of PBP? Balancing development with bushfire risk, striking a balance. So this is not necessarily a one size fits all here. And I think one of the challenges that we've fallen into, and it's a bit of a trap, is the easy pathway is the acceptable solutions. The acceptable solutions is okay as long as we're just being myopic and saying, this is the fire piece of the puzzle. And the problem with that is the legislative weight around the bushfire stuff is insanely powerful. So bushfire trumps basically everything else any day of the week. Koala habitat, threatened species, biodiversity offsets, you end up paying for all of these things or considering it because the legislative framework is life, property, environment. So the piece here around strike the balance to mitigate the bushfire risk to tolerable levels. So the ones that are best placed to do that are the ones that are closest to the person making the decision, being the client. Buffer zones is an issue, access and evacuation routes, building and construction standards, cost kill. Anyone want to hazard a guess what I might mean by cost kill? I'll start picking someone. Mark, you just cross your arms. Over here. Who's got the mic? When the costs become too prohibitive for the project to continue. So what might that look like for a mum and a dad developer, Mark? Biodiversity offsets. So how is that a cost? Yep. And so that's a cost. Does anyone deal with the biodiversity offsets and might give us a rough ballpark number? Just shout it out, I'll repeat it. 1 unit's 130,000. So what's 1 unit represent? Can't remember? Paul? Hang on. So credit points are dependent on vegetation types. Okay, so market demand sets the price, but we're talking about $130,000 for a unit type things. Can be more. 200, $500,000. So we, we're having a bit of a bidding war here. So if I'm looking at doing my DA and I'm in Ku-ring-gai and I've got blue gum high forest, which is an endangered ecological community, and I need to clear some vegetation in there, and I want to stick another room on the back of my house, and the room's going to cost me $50,000, but the APZ is going to cost me $130,000. Done. Now, for the consultants only, raise your hand if you've had a project where the cost has stuck a dagger in the heart. Now, so hands down, of those projects, if any of those have gone through to the RFS, I'm going to get you to stick your hand up. But what I'm thinking is that most of these, government has no visibility because the client walks away from it. So if you've had one of these projects that has gone somewhere to council, RFS, something like that, stick your hand up. Or is this a hidden cost? Couple. So the problem with that is we have communities out there where, for a range of reasons, be it biodiversity, ecology, cost, flame zone, doesn't really matter. There's a bunch of applications where people are just walking away from it. So, what is the problem with that for us? Doesn't meet the target, so we don't hit our, for the planning folks, it kills our housing targets. Wayne? We get a bucket load of our old housing stock that doesn't get treated. Now, Julian, Victoria. I worked in Victoria for a couple of years, and there are entire communities down there, like little townships, where the people have just gone, we're done, we can't do this because we can only build about 12.5, the APZs are too big, or the building costs are whatever it is. So they sell, they move out, the townships decay, you get bad outcomes because you've still got shit housing stock. And so these are decisions. So I'm not saying there's a solution here, but this is a problem for all of us in the room, that there is a bunch of people that are just walking away from projects, big and small, because the cost is killing it. And that might be a financial cost, environmental cost, biodiversity, whatever it is, that they just go, we can't do this. So that as a problem is a really interesting one for all of us to consider, and I would challenge the regulators in the room. Hang on 2 seconds, Paul. For the regulators, is that enough of a problem for you to consider? How do you do things differently? Or do you just go, that's okay. People are going to sell, they're going to continue living in bad stock, whatever, that's just market forces. Or are there other policies and legislative approaches that you can do that actually get a balanced outcome? Paula? Nick, have you got the microphone? Yeah, grab the mic.
There is also...
Hang on. You got the mic?
There is also another aspect to this. I agree with you, some people walk away, but you can also steer the development into a more sustainable environment.
Okay.
I do a lot of that work where the first thing I do is look at the constraint and say, but look, you can build here, or you can put your room this way. So you steer the development in such a way that it will be compliant, it will be safer and affordable. So I agree, there's a lot of that have to walk away, and perhaps the house on the cliff that is old may be condemned, but I think our role is to actually try to steer development away from whenever possible.
So just for the consultants, how many consultants have had development where they've gone, yep, it's constrained, but if we do these things, we can get a better outcome. How much? A lot of work goes into that stuff. Huge amount of work. Very time consuming. Paul?
I think it's also important to note that whilst you're focusing on the bushfire field at the moment in terms of this discussion, that in also many cases, it's not just bushfire alone that's driving these determinations about development locations or type or subdivision proposals. You've got, particularly now in the planning environment in New South Wales, we've had recent changes to flood-prone lands policies, which now address things like access and egress in flood events, which may not be directly impacted to bushfire events, but they have a determination about access which may limit opportunities. And you've got other environmental considerations, like you've got catchment area considerations, you've got, if it's an unserviced area, you've got effluent management considerations, all these other raft of things. So when the RFS gets a report, it may not just be bushfire alone that's been driving these things, but they probably don't get to see a lot of that in the background either.
Yeah, and yeah, good point. You know, it's that these things are complicated. So the final point there about risk, perception versus reality. We could all probably look at a site and come up with similar ballpark, but we're going to have different understandings of risk. You know, depends on our experience, where we live, background, exposure to things, a whole range of things. Again, the ones that are having these conversations are the consultants that are speaking to the client. And whether that's mum and dad that are doing a single room or a Stockland of the world that are doing, you know, $500 million worth of development. Same principles apply. So the consideration of what are reasonable costs. So we've all got different views on risk. We've all got different views on perception, cost, all of those things. Somewhere along here is the cost-benefit sweet spot. My sweet spot might be down in here. Our sweet spot might be up here. Maria's might be down here, whatever it is. Everyone's got their own version of what this looks like and what's a reasonable sort of approach. I think the thing to bear in mind is that planning for bushfire protection as a framework document allows for these different risk perceptions. It allows for these different cost benefits. So we've got acceptable solutions, you've got performance. The performance gives you the latitude that you're after. This is a recent Sydney Morning Herald article. Was in the press a little bit. Quite an interesting one, where government, I don't know if government's maybe too much of a sweeping term, Tegan, but is looking at relaxing certain things or flagging that the system might be a little bit too tightly wound. Is that? Yep. Sorry, can you just say that again for us?
Can't remember what I just said there.
It was pretty good.
So this article came about from DPE's new secretary, Kirsten Fishburn. It was an article that was in response to the ministerial priorities and the government commitments at the time of the election. So there's a really big focus, as I'm sure you're all aware, given you do work in the industry, around boosting housing supply by looking at efficiencies in the DA systems. So concurrence and referrals, which piggybacks on a lot of the work we've done recently. But really, I guess, focusing on a couple of key agencies, which are high referring agencies. So in the media article that's quoted, I think RFS and Transport for New South Wales were particularly
spoken about by Kirsten. No surprise the industry's picked up those words, and it's been repeated quite a bit over the course of the week. But the crux of it is it really focuses on driving efficiencies in the system to streamline assessment with the core value of boosting housing supply.
Yep, thank you. So, problem. Housing supply driving the need to do certain things. Now, the third paragraph there says that could involve reducing the Byzantine system of concurrence and referrals relating to traffic impacts, bushfire risk, building design, safety, pollution controls and infrastructure capacity. So the suggestion there that the New South Wales system is back in the dark ages is interesting. Is an interesting reflection of where we all are in terms of the system. Now, I still think we've got a world-class system. Like the New South Wales system, to me, no offence to our Victorian and West Australian colleagues that are sitting in, New South Wales kicks freckle every day of the week. Like it is the goods. It's a great system. It's a great legislative framework. It provides good outcomes. The fact that we're actually getting, this politicised is a problem. And I know that will be something that will be on the radar for government and government agencies to work their way through. So for consultants, we need to be sure that what we're doing, the problem we're facing, is Byzantine system lop off its head. So, might be a problem, might not. The problem at the end of the day is that that system is providing amazingly good community safety outcomes most of the time for the community and for firefighters. And I tend to think we lose track of that a little bit. So in terms of, how do we view this? Is it an opportunity? Is it a threat? Where do we go with it? To me, that would be something which is a red flag. Wow, that's pretty interesting. Problems. Everyone has a view. So, scope, how we come at stuff, how we read stuff, how we interpret things. We've got someone asking for a swing. Pretty simple request, but the interpretation of that, the application of it, and how it turns out at the end of the day is varied depending on your worldview and what you actually need. So I think in terms of the problem, we all bring this problem to the table. What's your capability for consultants? Have you done this sort of stuff before? If you're a level 2 consultant and you're saying you're just doing a ticket box and going, this is flame zone, is that really the best outcome for the person? Are there other things that you could be doing with short fire runs and linking in to actually manage the cost so you don't get the cost kill stuff? How do you look at trying to work your way through some of those things? Anyone want to hazard a guess where this is? Out the back here? Yeah, Matt's got it. So this is Mount Wilson. Pretty interesting spot. I don't know, I assume this has got a laser pointer, does it? No. So, existing house. Just going to the top left-hand side. Existing house. Got APZs. Isolated development. In fire paths. Every day of the week. Nightmare. Would anyone say this is not a nightmare spot? I think we'd all agree that's pretty cut and dry. And I know this because I was actually burnt in here during the 2019 fires when I was on crew. So that the house is amazing. Flame zone constructed, heaps of water, good access around it. We drove the tank all around it all afternoon. But we ended up getting burnt in because the fire came through up a funnel. We got stuck. That was it. But it was safe. The people had gone. So the levers, the bushfire protection measures, and we're getting a little bit outside PBP, the levers, it was known weather, there was an existing fire. Basically the Blue Mountains or that Mount Wilson side were completely evacuated. So we had to go through 2 checkpoints to get up there. Got up there, basically everyone was out. There was a few people in some of the the community hall or at the RFS station, but this would be an easy job in terms of convincing the person, the owner, this is a tough site, you need to do a bunch of different things, you're choosing to live here, every day of the week, shouldn't be a problem. I wouldn't imagine this would be a surprise to the owner. So I find these ones don't present problems because, no show of hands, we're all on the same page. We all know this is an absolute bag of rubbish in terms of bushfire exposure, but they've done everything they can. Amazing. Good outcome. House was saved. We didn't really have to do anything to it. People were there. Everything's good. Happy days. This one. Okay. This is in Epping. What's the problems with this one? Please don't just jump and say it's flame zone. What's the problem? Landscape risk fire. So, Nick, can you give Duncan the mic for me, please? So say that one again, Duncan.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. Landscape fire risk, sorry, but yeah, fire risk. So you don't have the ability for a high intensity, enormous fire coming through the landscape impacting on that. The risk envelope is lower. Ignition probability is different from what you would have up in the Blue Mountains. So there's a whole elements of likelihood and consequence that lead into that risk factor of being lower in terms of fire behaviour, fire potential.
Okay. Yep, perfect, thank you. So Duncan's saying low landscape scale risk, not really a problem. Who agrees with what Duncan's saying? Really? Okay, so we've got a problem. So we absolutely have a problem because, if this is going to go backwards, we're saying this one is being treated the same in a planning for bushfire protection sense as this one. And we've got a third of the room saying it's not really a problem, 2/3 of the room saying this is the same as the previous slide. So, why is that? So, those of you that said this is not a problem, stick your arm up again. Nice and high, because I'm going to pick on some of the other people. Okay, ACT guys. Jeff. Hang on, microphone. So why did you not put your hand up? Why is this a problem?
Well, actually, I'm going to say I think there's another third that say, I'm not too sure actually how to quantify this. So it's not as though 2/3 are saying this is a problem. I think there is a third that's saying it isn't, a third that's saying it is, and then maybe a third saying, I'm not too sure.
Okay, so just hang on to the mic. Who's saying, I'm not sure if this is a problem? Okay, so Jeff's onto something. We're onto something. So we've got third saying no dramas, third saying I'm not sure, the third saying I think this is a problem. So, for those that think this is a problem, and I'm not going to pick on you too badly, stick your hand up if you think this is a problem. There was a lot more. It is a problem. Al, you're the first one. Hang on. Let's get a mic over here. Al, please.
Not saying it's a problem. It's obviously very low risk, but it depends what you're planning to do on there, for example. Like, depends what the proposal is. So if you're proposing no setback, then it could be a problem that you're right up against some kind of hazard, yeah. But yeah, you wouldn't assess it the same way as the other one because there's all sorts of things you can do. Short fire run, you could look at the slopes and do all sorts of different analysis on it because you don't have that broader landscape risk.
So, just because you've got the microphone and I can pick on you, the exclusions within planning for bushfire protection. So the bit of bush there is 31 metres across. The distance of the house, and we'll just say they're going to do alteration addition, who cares, whatever,
is 12 metres from the bush. Does that 31 metre riparian corridor hit any of the exclusions within PBP?
Probably not, just looking at it, just because it's kind of connected and a bit long, yeah.
Connected and long, okay. So, 2 keywords, Mick's nodding his head. So, why is that a problem?
What's a problem? Because it's not an exclusion, so they have to do something for bushfire.
Okay, they have to do, they've got to do something. So, you mentioned short fire run.
Yeah.
Connected, longer than 150 metres. Does that knock it out of the short fire run approach?
Yeah, depending on where the short fire run is coming from, but
knocks
yeah,
it out.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, so if you say short fire run does not apply here, stick your hand up. So dimensions, it's 31 metres across. Call it 180 metres long. Don't worry about the slope. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we're getting conflict. Okay, so one of the problems is we're getting conflict over something which we're saying is relatively, it's a different animal than what's at Mount Wilson. So these should be the sort of ones where you look at and you go, you know what, this shouldn't be a problem, but every day of the week, every single day of the week, this is a problem. When consultants get this, this is a problem because it's in the grey area. It doesn't meet the short fire run. It doesn't meet the vegetation exclusions. It doesn't make sense because this is not a high-risk location. This becomes one of those cost kills where you go, the easy fix for this is we go flame zone, off you go, happy days. So, flame zone, hang on, microphone, Nick, over here, please.
Just looking at the size and shape of that area of vegetation and consideration of it as a remnant vegetation classification, there might not be short fire run, technically, but the size and shape of that area of vegetation would limit the size of the fire impacting it. You're not going to get a 100-metre wide, fully developed crowning bushfire travelling through that environment.
Okay, so I'm going to walk over to the table and we're just going to say it's 5 to 10 degrees down slope, make it up. Flame zone is less than 14 metres. Our house, 12 metres. So that's for rainforest, that's for remnant vegetation. If we're calling it forest, 28 metres. Flame zone, every single day of the week. Modelling is probably not going to do that much. So, the problem we have is, how do you reverse engineer this? How do you look at this and go, this is flame zone or this is not? The fundamental problem is, this is flame zone or this is not. Then the next problem that comes after that is, as the consultant side of things, do I want to touch this or not? You go through the process, you call it flame zone, you do the modelling, it's flame zone, goes to the client and they go, that is 100% cost on top of my build in a low risk environment. So say they're doing a project home, $1 million build, that becomes a $2 million house. Straight up. Flame zone. Straight up. Which one of you in here, show of hands, is after tax? $2 million after tax. Which one in here has got $1 million to put into a bin and set on fire? So, these ones are nasty. And I'm not here to give you the solution to it. I'm here to actually identify these are the problems that we all collectively as a community deal with every single day. Now, you can work your way through it, you can look at downgrades, you can do a bunch of things. End of the day, you make a call on it as a consultant. We're going to do it, or we're not. At the end of the day, the RFS assess it, they accept it, or they don't. But the reality is, the cost kill for that is $1 million. So if we're saying again, we recognise that for the Blue Mountains one, if it's going to go there, not going to go there. Can we go back a slide, gents, please? That's a reasonable sort of a cost to bear there. Or they've got heaps of space. They can do some APZ work, they can do some other things, whatever, they can actually get there. When you're in here, constrained environment, you don't have the space, you can't do stuff on your neighbours, you certainly can't do stuff in the council land or national park or whatever it is. This is a problem. So how we work our way through that becomes very challenging. This one, waterfront. Can't remember if it's Neutral Bay, Cremorne, whatever. What's the problem? Who wants to stick their hand up and have a bit of a guess what the problem here is? We've got a microphone over here for Dave, please, Nick.
The problem is it got mapped bushfire prone land.
So, no, hang on to it. So, that's bang on. Why? Why is that a problem?
Because going on with the theme of the conversation about this low risk sites, instead of trying to tackle it at the back end of applying BAL and compliance with the BP and AS 359, we can maybe solve the problem at the front end of where these lands get identified by the maps.
Yep. So, the fundamental question, the fundamental problem here is it is mapped as bushfire prone land. What's happening on the western side of the foreshore? Sorry, left-hand side of the screen. Why is that not mapped? So I own that block of land, I wish, and I go, hang on a second, I'm bushfire prone in here as Cat 3. I know someone that's on straight across the bay from me and they're not mapped as bushfire prone. It is, for all intensive purposes, exactly the same. Same vegetation, same slopes, same sort of distance. Why is that not mapped? Why am I having to go through this process and cop it in the neck when there is nothing for my neighbour across the road there to consider? So, what's the problem? Duncan?
The issue is not that it's bushfire prone mapped, is it a bushfire risk? And they're two different things. And in our assessment pathway, we need to be able to illustrate that the risk is not there. Just because it's mapped by an aerial through an aerial process doesn't necessarily mean that it forms a risk that complies with the boxes of PBP. And the problem that we have is that everything's assessed at the highest risk matrix, which is PBP. You've got to have a line in the sand, that's PBP. But not everything is assessed at that highest risk matrix. And this is an exact case of that, where we've got to illustrate in our reports that the risk is not there. And hence, that's why those mitigation measures can be wound back.
So I'm wondering how many times as consultants we've gone, you know what, the risk is not there. I've done a report, doesn't work. And how often, and this is not a criticism, how often it goes to the RFS and comes back because they have no separation from their house from their boundary as flame zone. And the RFS provide recommendations to council that we disagree with the consultant report and this is flame zone. Now, does that sound common? Show of hands. RFS people. RFS people, seen people nod their heads. Right, so the problem is we're not on the same page. And the system doesn't allow us to actually have difference of opinion on what risk might look like. So the problem at the base level here is around equity, because you've got some people that cop it in the neck, you've got others that don't. You've got problems of a Byzantine regulatory system, using the Planning Secretary's words, where they go, why are people going through this process? So Duncan does his report, sends it off to the RFS come back and say it's flame zone. Duncan goes, yeah, that's not right. I'm going to send that off to the minister. The minister gets this and goes, what? That doesn't make sense. So I quite often say to our clients, don't confuse this with logic. We have to work our way through this. Okay? Now the problem is with saying that. The system should allow for competing ideas and for competing outcomes with this stuff. That is how the system is set up. So the fact that the system is not working that way is a fundamental problem. And it's not something we're going to solve today, but it's something that we all need to actually consider and bear in mind and go, is this right? Because that sort of stuff there, not right. You know, and it's probably easy where we're a little bit removed from it. I'm saying we as the RFS, because you're seeing a report from the consultant, you don't actually get to see mum or dad that are trying to do the development and are going, I can't do this. This is insane. Can't do it. Going to walk away from it. We had a waterfront one where they were looking at doing similar sort of space, knockdown rebuild, $2.5 million house, flame zone. And they just went, we're done, we're cooked. We can't do that. And it was not flame zone. But very, very difficult to engineer it out. So we as a business go, we'll only do a couple of those concurrently because it's too hard. Takes too much time, too much brain power. We lose too much money on it, being completely mercenary about it, because we end up doing a heap of work for people where it's not paid for because you're trying to resolve problems because you know it's not the right outcome. So, for our leaders within the RFS and within government, this is a problem. Because this is about efficacy of the system, it's about good regulation, it's about good compliance, it's about integrity of the system as intended. If mums and dads or ministers or anyone like that is going, this doesn't make sense, that's a problem. That's a problem. A little bit of technical stuff here. So, problem solving. Do any of you use any formal problem solving techniques? Any show of hands, or you just attack it and go at it? Yeah? So one of my fun learnings from the Victorian government was they love different systems and approaches and project management and all sorts of wonderful stuff like that. The SINFEN framework, unbelievably good. And, you know, maybe go away and have a little bit of a look at it, but you end up breaking problems into complex, complicated, obvious and chaos. And by putting a problem in one of those boxes, you can start actually attacking it and breaking it down. It can work for consultants, project managers, RFS, anyone. So I'm not going to read all through that, and hopefully you've had a little bit of time to do it. But the simple stuff should be the no-brainers where we're going. Yep, through the keeper, happy days. BAL certificates. 414s where we've got a certificate in accordance with the EP&A Act from a consultant, says this is what it is. Happy days. Off we go. Subdivision, most subdivisions, simple, because BAL 29. There's no argument about it. It's pretty easy. When we get into complicated, you start getting into multiple solutions. We can do stuff with the APZ, we can up the construction, we can do water, whatever it is. and you work your way through it. Complex is innovation. It's the space where you get into where you've got to try something different. Bushfire design briefs, looking at the performance side of things. It's adaptive. You've got to work your way through a process. It takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of persistence, and is problematic because it is innovative. And you're trying to come up with unique ways to go about something, which is okay when you look at it from the outside of things, the consultant side, because you go, we've got multidisciplinary or cross-disciplinary teams, we spend a heap of time up front with this stuff, you work it through, that big bow tie comes in, you get the report, goes through the RFS. If you haven't actually documented well enough how that complicated becomes an accessible piece for the RFS or council, it's a problem. Chaos is a space that you just don't want to get into, and you want to push it back into one of those other ones very quickly, or you run away screaming from it. And that's in all seriousness. Bad clients, bad scope, don't want to put the energy into it, goalposts keep moving, whatever it is, you just go, this is not us, we're out. So what does that actually look like? So we use this as a business when we're trying to size up jobs, when we're pulling them apart, when we're trying to figure out how we price stuff, how long it's going to take, probability for success, all of those sort of things. I've put in a column there for the approach and the NCC requirements. And the approach is interesting because you just say, simple, acceptable solutions. It's known. Complicated is performance and verification methods. And you work your way through those sort of approaches. But what this ends up looking like, you do it for each of them, you can end up with something like this. And that allows you to start saying, this is my risk tolerance as an individual or a business. This is organisational risk tolerance for the RFS. And you say, these are the consequences if something happens there, if there's fire. This is the risk in terms of dollars, environmental impact, complexity, whatever it might be. And you start trying to map it out. And you can do this for trying to figure out how you cost a project, how much time you put on it, all those sort of things. Now, for the RFS, for regulators, you should have confidence in the simple end of things, where you just go, yep, happy days, we're through. This goes through to the keeper, BAL certificates, 414 certificates, whatever it is. Piece of cake. That allows you to then focus on the complicated, complex and chaotic ones. Yeah? I'll give you a couple of minutes. Have a little bit of a think. What I might do is break up this side of the room for simple and complicated applications, jobs, problems. So have a chat, what you might come up with for something in there. And for this side of the room, we'll do the complex and chaotic. So I'll give you about 3 to 5 minutes just to have a little bit of a chat about what sort of issues or problems or projects might come into those different categories. 30 seconds, folks, just to wrap it up. All good? Yeah. All good. Okay, we're back on. So, we haven't heard from the back table yet. So, Delaney's table. No, that table. What, did you folks come up with anything? This is the complicated side. Can't hear, sorry, Nick.
I might need to be a bit louder, I think. Yep. So I think we sort of struggled to sort of distinguish between some of the groups, but I think some of the discussion was around what is chaotic and potentially going down your own path and not consulting with other disciplines might create chaos. So looking at lots of competing interests, so it could be bushfire, it could be flood, it could be biodiversity. And I think the discussion was that you've got to sit at a table and have that discussion with your counterparts in other fields as well.
Perfect. Yep, spot on. Table up the back there, RFS folks. No, nothing. All right, next one along. All right, here we go over here, Kate or Paul.
We were discussing the BAL certificates that can suddenly become incredibly chaotic. There's a couple of LGAs that a lot of us know about. You think that you're just quoting for a BAL certificate and they haven't had 88Bs on the adjacent grassland. Or the other thing was that there's no information on the other concrete example is there's a remnant that's actually going to be revegetated as a woodland. And everyone's getting all the BALs incorrect.
So how do you manage those things? How do you get them out of chaotic?
So in regard to the 88B one, I spent probably 10 days talking to every type of stakeholder you can imagine, from the RFS to the council to the engineers to the bushfire consultant who actually did the subdivision. He did a really good job, and he'd actually said that there should be an 88B, but everywhere else down the line there wasn't an 88B put on. And the people who were developing their houses were devastated because they were suddenly in flame zone.
Yep.
And in the end, the subdivision certificate is on the brink of being released, and we put pressure on the developer via the council, and we got the 88B put in at that level. And so that was a bushfire consultant who did all that. And I got paid to do 3 BAL certificates for probably a week and a half of work. But I was really happy because the clients, it was a good outcome.
Good outcome. Yep, thank you. What about over this other side of the room?
Sorry, Lou, just before you go. The
Sorry.
other chaotic one was where you get a client ring up and say, look, we want you to do a bushfire report or assessment for us, and you say, okay, where are you up to? And they say, well, we've had black ash have knocked us back and everyone else has knocked it back. You're the last one left. So you walk away from those ones typically.
Correct. And I think, they're the decisions that when you start boxing things in and you go through the mental process of where does this actually fit, you go, warning, red flags everywhere, and you go, that's actually not something that we want to do. We step away from that, and but you've got to be aware of what those sort of issues might be. Okay, what about this side of the room? Simple stuff. Matt Willis's table. There we go.
So yeah, we were looking at the simple and complicated side of things. What we more or less discussed is categorising what jobs would be simple and complicated. How's that?
Yep, better.
So more or less simple is quite easy, straight ahead. Anything that's a box ticker, so straight away acceptable solutions, something with lots of space, so rural 414s, rural subdivisions, that type of thing.
Yep.
So in speaking about that, we actually discussed more of what would be a complicated jobs, so the basic complications that we encounter. So something that's access constrained, more than 200 metres, that type of a thing. Minor environmental constraints, water supply problems, so articulated water supplies being a little bit too far away from water supplies, and those sorts of requirements. And then moving into shielding provisions, basic modelling, and the application of method 2, that type of thing. And we also discussed the slopes greater than 20 degrees affecting hazard assessments, and then jobs that are also isolated by the hazards, and again, circling back to those access constraints. And then also looking again with the greater than 20 degree problem, APZs on lands greater than 18.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, so that procedurally is a good way to, identify the problem. You then start working the solution. So I think most of us tend to go straight into solution mode. It's flames zone, we're going to do this. If you can pull it back and go, what's the actual problem we're dealing with? This is about equity. This is about one neighbour getting something and one neighbour not, and they talking, and this being an issue for government. They're the sort of issues that you go back and you go, how do we actually work our way through this? Problem. So the problem here, and we'll just step our way through this one. This is one of Nick's ones from early this morning. We've got a deliberately misleading report. So the consultant's gone, I don't think this, we'll have a go at seeing it's remnant, see if the RFS pick it up. We're going to change the slopes from 16 degrees to 7 degrees and see if the RFS pick it up. So the problem here is, for the consultant, you're gaming the system. And as an FPA accredited consultant, you're gaming a system that's actually got consequence there. So if you get found out, if it gets referred to the FPA, if they do an audit, if it gets picked up, that's a problem. That might be a problem in terms of your business continuity, reputational impact, all of those sort of things. Legal action by the applicant. Anyone heard of any legal cases where a consultant's got something wrong and the lawyers have got involved and they've, a few of us. Big problem. So that one, I wouldn't say is a sleeper because it's a live issue, but if you are deliberately getting stuff wrong, if it's deliberately misleading and you found out, it's not just a consequence of this goes to the FPA and my accreditation might be an issue, you might lose your house. And that's in all seriousness. And that then puts the credibility of the scheme on there. When you start stripping this one back to the fundamental problem, and there's multiple iterations here that you can put different things in there. The problem at the end of the day, if this goes through, no one picks up on it, that is an unsafe outcome for an applicant. So I think, someone mentioned this morning, ethical dilemmas. Or it was in, what could the course be doing? A little bit on ethics. Ethics is a huge part of our business. It is a huge part of the system that we operate within, and I think we tend to forget sometimes. The outcome at the end of the day is that the planning and building system is providing for safe outcomes for people and firefighters and emergency services that may be there. So in terms of problems and stripping it back, these are some of the steps you go through. What's the problem here? Mismatch on risk. Now there's a couple of steps here. I've just had a bit of a crack at this one. So a mismatch on risk may well be where Duncan says we've got our one in Epping, it's low risk, shouldn't be a problem, here's a short fire run, goes to Al looks at it and goes, every day of the week, that's flame zone. Short fire run's not applicable, not going to work. So we've got a fundamental mismatch here. So that normally follows a predetermined path, either gets refused, go back for additional information, you're asked to try a little bit harder, goes back to council, delays, costs, issues, all of those sort of things that come through it. You then got to gather more data. You can go through a pre-DA process, you can manage some of that stuff. A big part of this is client management. So these are some of the ones where we put our hands up early to say the RFS don't even see these ones, because these are the ones that get knocked out where the consultants go, this is never going to work, or you know, what you thought was going to be a 12-lot subdivision is actually a 2-lot subdivision, and they go, it's not viable, we can't do it. Doesn't enter the system, not captured anywhere, whatever. If you decide to press on with it, you can go through the bushfire design brief process, put your applications in, and there's reviews. Now, that last piece there, the review. What are some of the options in the review box? Just stick your hand up and we'll get Nick to wander around. Simon? Hang on.
You can either seek, if it's a DA, you can seek review or determination under the EPA Act. You can seek I forget what the RFS calls with the review process, modification of consent if it's a condition that can be negotiated for change, or if you get to the end of the process and there's appeal to Land Environment Court.
Yep. That's pretty good coming from a lawyer. Did Simon miss anything? So, you know, we're into the problem of, you know, what started as a mismatch on risk, if it escalates all the way through it, is into a very, very complicated space. Court stuff, huge money, hugely complicated, delays, takes a long time to get there, takes a lot of effort to work your way through it. Appeals, working your way through any systems with modifications, any of those sort of things, time, effort. So the issue of how you understand risk, how you understand what the problem is, for a consultant actually requires you to almost put your shoes into or your feet into the shoes of the RFS. How are the RFS likely to assess this? Is this the right way to go? And then you're understanding the problem because you're making an informed decision on which of these ones you're then stepping into. Now, we've had clients, and I'm sure there are a few people in the room, where we start the conversation, they come to us and they say, this is set to go to court. And you go, what the hell? I've just met you. This is pretty interesting. Okay? Now, it might not be for bushfire reasons, it might be for ecology, might be floor space ratio, might be height, whatever it is, and they just go, we're going down the pathway. That's it. Happy days. You know the trajectory, you know how it's going. The review process, with going through the RFS, with administrative reviews, with technical reviews, with other options, you know, do you looking at going politically, do you go to ministers, you know, Land Environment Court, all of those sort of things are big ticket items, but a part of the process, part of the problem solving process. So you've just got to identify what it is and work your way through that system. Not something to step into very, very easily or quickly. So problems, you could probably use this and just move these things around anywhere and say, right, the problem is coming up with criteria. So we'll say we're doing a bushfire design brief, and part of the design brief process is we need to come up with criteria to assess this. So the bushfire design brief is actually not going to solve the problem for you. The bushfire design brief is actually going to get the criteria there for the various stakeholders to say, That's the criteria we're happy to assess against. Happy days. That, very complicated problem. Put in some of these other ones, peer review, evidence, you know, insanely complicated. Where's Nick? How are we going for time? 15? 15, 20? All right. Merit-based decisions. Hopefully we've all heard merit-based decisions, what that looks like. So from a regulator side of things, this is how consent authorities and regulators should be receiving, considering, reviewing, assessing and determining matters that come before them. So part of the issue, as consultants, we need to come up with objective criteria. If you're not using planning for bushfire protection, you come up with criteria that they will accept. Transparency is an important part of the process, procedural fairness and data. Data, every single day. So we'll get to a slide in a minute, which is my one takeaway for you. But the merit-based process is something that we as consultants, on the consultant side of the ledger, it is our job to make complex information potentially accessible to the end user. Now, the end user is often not the client. The end user is usually the consent authority and the regulator. So how do you demonstrate what you're proposing is actually supported? Because at the end of the day, the review process, if the RFS come back with something and the client goes, you know what, we don't agree with that fundamentally, you're down the review process. And all of those options. Ends up in court, whatever it does. So the merit base of how you receive things, Section 100B, Bushfire Safety Authorities, every day of the week should be pretty well straightforward. Shouldn't be a lot of conjecture around it, should be pretty easy. Infill stuff, every single day of the week problem, because it is all shades of grey. Everyone, you put the single application down on the table in front of you, everyone's going to have a different take on it. Now that different take at the end of the day, and this is something for the RFS to consider, is not necessarily wrong. So the authority gradient here becomes super important of, is the consultant report and the recommendations and the outcome of that shit enough that I need to step in here and override it? Or is it okay enough that I go, that's all right? Because at the end of the day, the problem from a merit-based process, apart from assessing an application, is every time the RFS step in over the top of a consultant and change recommendations or do things, you undermine it. You undermine the system, you undermine the framework. And so again, I'm not saying there's a solution here, it's just something to consider in how business is conducted. So, this is the takeaway. And RFS folks, you'll be particularly stoked, or government folks, this is not for you. If you believe in the tooth fairy, whatever. Don't put your tooth fairy stuff in reports. Every time we peer review reports, every time I see stuff in court stuff that says, it's my opinion, I believe that, it's my experience that, every time you do that, slap yourself on the head. Because it should not ever come to that. Everything is data driven. The slopes are bang. The vegetation is bang. If there's problems with interpretation of the vegetation, you get an ecologist on board. If there's issues with fuel, you get someone that actually understands fuel and can do that side of it. But to say any of these things here, and for RFS folks, maybe this is your takeaway, if you ever see these in a report, big fat F, that's a fail. And you should send it straight back to the consultant and say, you need to try harder because this doesn't work. even when you're using the verification methods in the NCC as expert opinion, which I know the RFS doesn't like, but which is a valid process as part of the NCC, you back it up with data and evidence. And if you're backing it up with data and evidence, it becomes very hard to argue with. Does that sound reasonable, or am I going a little bit off the reserve? Everyone think that's reasonable? Yep. So who? Sorry, hang on, Rod. Nick, can you give the, sorry.
Yeah, just on a similar thing where, you know, an example would be that Mount Wilson site. Is that access road to the site too long? You know, it's an isolated site. In some cases, 200 metres may not be too long, 2 kilometres may be, but there, you know, where you can't measure, you know, there's not a table to look up.
Yep. So, hang on, Dunk. Sorry, Nick, we'll do Dunk, and then I've got the second part of the question.
Yeah, when we're talking about data, we're talking about qualitative analysis of a problem. But a quantitative analysis and a comparative analysis is also a good way of going about it against a qualitative outcome. So you're looking at a PBP acceptable development, and you do a qualitative analysis against that on your development. You don't need data to drive that, but you're using an accepted process to do your analysis. So data in that case is not necessarily overly important. So there are different ways of skinning the rabbit.
Yep, thank you. And so to Martha's comment that sometimes it's difficult to get the data supporting it. So for our site in Epping, you haven't got the information there. There are other sources that you can go to. Bushfire Risk Management Plan, I think Dave McMoney's mentioned it before, is in terms of, sorry for the morning session, that one of the things the course could look at was how do you read, interpret and apply a Bushfire Risk Management Plan? If a Bushfire Risk Management Plan is not identifying this area in it and saying there's no risk, there's a piece of data. Is that a piece of data, Martha? Existing. Yep. So the risk, whether it's existing or proposed, the risk is still the same. Yep. Yes. Yeah. Yep, I get that. So I think the challenge is just think of the Tooth Fairy. That's the takeaway. If you're in the Tooth Fairy territory, try harder. Like really try a lot harder. Exhaust your options. Identify the problem. If there's no data there, you go, what other options do I have? Where does this go? How do I actually work my way through it? Project management side of things, time, cost, quality. This is a little bit just for the consulting side of things. In terms of how you might come at a project or a problem. You can have any two of these, but you can't have all three at the same time. Has anyone seen this one before? A few of you? So if you've got a client that says, I've got a project and I want it to be good quality and I've got no time, what happens to the cost? Up she goes. If you've got a client that says, I don't really have that much money, but I've got heaps of time and I really don't care that much about the cost, down she goes. So just in terms of some of those, problem-solving techniques that consultants should be looking at, this is a good one in terms of how you scope stuff up and consider it. we're almost there. This one is an approach to a design thinking and problem resolution. Anyone come across design thinking? Human-centred design, seen a few people nodding their heads. So the squiggly bits, so down the left-hand side as I'm looking at it, the research is defining the problem. You don't jump straight into the solution of it. You say, right, what's the ecology saying? What's the access saying? What's the bushfire risk? What is PBP telling me to do? What's the planning requirements? How do these things come together? You define the problem. The problem is, this is blue gum high forest. We can't clear it, or it's going to cost us $130,000 for a credit. We need to do something in terms of pump. We can't touch it, so we're going to pump up the construction. That becomes part of the problem. How you convey that, how you work the problem, then becomes an issue in terms of how you try and figure out the solution for the RFS. Now, all of this hideous mess over here, RFS don't necessarily be involved with that. Regulators, consent authorities, not necessarily part of that puzzle unless you're doing a pre-DA or unless you're doing a bushfire design brief. So where the consent authorities tend to step into it is that little bit where it starts to flatten out after concept. Starting to roll this stuff through. Starting to sort it out. We're getting some solutions to it. You get onto the reporting, off we go. Now, if we go through this process and it goes to the RFS here, and the RFS have got a mismatch, and we say, we don't agree with your bow, we don't agree with your veg, we don't, whatever it is, what happens throughout the line? Anyone? Nathan? Can go anywhere. If you're going to say it turns to shit again, absolutely. So that, and I think this is an important piece for the RFS, is that bow tie I was talking about, that squiggle, is all of the problem resolution, the problem working that goes into this before it gets to you. So think very, very carefully about going, you know what, that report from Lou Short, don't agree with it, can't live with it. We're going to do something different, because you go back into that defining problem issues. Becomes a bit of a nightmare. Procedurally, I'm almost done, Marie. Are we out of time? No? Okay, we'll be bang on. So I pulled this together just as a conceptual framework of, and this is not a CDC. This is not a simple subdivision or a simple alternate. This is something where you've actually got some complexity. You go through a number of different stages, the initial meeting, and the weeks don't necessarily line up, but the steps in the process do. Design principles and feedback. So all of these have got feedback loops that go back in on themselves. They all feed back in. Constraints report. How many consultants do constraints reports? If you're not doing constraints reports for bigger stuff over four lots, you need to start doing it, because that starts defining the problem. They would very rarely go to the RFS, internal document, gets everyone on the same page. The design review, so right, we go, this is the ecology, drainage, bushfire, all these issues, all of this stuff come into it in the design review part. You might go through a design meeting with the RFS, pre-DA, bushfire design brief, something like that. Then you start getting into the reporting. Then you're getting to the reporting. So all of this stuff is getting done before it's getting to the RFS. So again, the challenge is, if you're not doing the front end stuff well, you're setting yourself up for a massive amount of pain in the middle and back end of the process, because people are not getting on the same page. Somewhere in there, you will make some calls on what the strategy is for dealing with this stuff. And that might be We're going to set up to go to court. We're going to punch on with the RFS. We're going to change APZs. We're going to increase construction. We're going to walk away from it. Whatever it is. The process, the actual reporting side of it, not that much. But the problem is, when this goes to the RFS and there's difference of opinion, becomes a massive problem. Particularly for the big end of town and the small end of town, because they've both got a lot invested in the outcome. The mums and dads that don't necessarily have the spare cash to pay for it, they can't put the fire engineers on, and the big end of the town that might actually be costing them $1 million to put in a development application. $1 million a day, big stuff, big money. So then you work your way through, you've got your pre-DA application, and you lodge, and you see where you go. So procedurally, this is something that, again, it's helpful to break stuff into these groupings so you know where you are in the process. Bushfire design brief, very briefly. The RFS have very helpfully provided some requirements of what a bushfire design brief is. In the back of Planning for Bushfire Protection, that provides some guidance. I say this with the greatest respect. Doesn't match up even remotely closely to what the requirements in the NCC are. So there's a mismatch between how performance is considered and done through the NCC and how it's considered and done through Planning for Bushfire Protection. So that clash is conflict. So when we're trying to work the problem is that you're set up for some pretty interesting results, and certainly for some pain along the way. So I'd encourage you to, if you're doing design briefs, go and have a look at the NCC. I think I might have actually put some stuff in here. What do some of these processes look like? What do you do in terms of carrying out analysis? There's a heap of documents out there in terms of what is a good process to follow for a report, how do you document it, what sort of things do you put in there. So the PBP requirements are the base of what you do, but I would suggest that when you start playing with fire engineers, they're going to go, what are you doing? This is amateur hour. So just be very careful about where you're playing and who you're playing with. The construction requirements in the NCC, interesting if you start looking at these. So the NCC sits above 3959. Planning for Bushfire Protection has got some state variations in it. The performance requirement, beautifully written. How many people have used this, the bottom one, in a report in terms of the construction? That is the performance requirement from the NCC. Don't worry about what Planning for Bushfire Protection says. PBP actually mixes APZ and construction in the same thing. Unhelpful. This one here is about providing resistance to bushfires in order to reduce the danger to life and reduce the risk of loss of the building. That's the performance requirement when you're looking at construction. If you're doing design briefs, that's where you're at. That's where you start playing, NCC land.
Bushfire engineering guidelines.
Bit more information?
Well, when you do a fire engineering assessment, there's the fire engineering guidelines.
Yep.
And throughout the time that I've been involved, we've always been looking at putting together bushfire engineering guidelines, and we haven't gone anywhere yet. So to be able to do a proper performance-based report, we do need guidelines.
Yep. And I would say, if you're playing in the space, do it yourself. Don't wait for others to do it.
Whoa.
And if you're not comfortable to do it, don't do it. If you're not going to do it.
Job. The fire engineering guidelines are this thick.
Yep, big job.
we really, as a group, we should be looking at developing these things because we're not going to go anywhere performance-wise until we do.
Correct. So that becomes an issue of priority for FPA members, what the RFS thinks is a priority, how you work it through, how you get these things together. As businesses and individuals, if you're not following the requirements, don't play in the space. Simple. If you don't know what they are, don't play in the space. And for those that are playing in the space, you know, I would probably say be fiercely competitive with your IP until the time when this is actually becoming more of a common thing. Some of the analysis piece. So again, this is just how you start working your way through the system. Duncan very helpfully mentioned there comparative or absolute analysis, qualitative or quantitative analysis. So this is part of the performance-based approach. It is part of the evidence that you can provide in accordance with the verification methods of the NCC. This is something that you can do, but you need to do it in a way which is consistent with how you might actually do it. This is what you need to do. If you're thinking about doing a performance-based report, here's your headings. This is the stuff you need to do. And again, if you're not playing in the space or you want to play in the space, figure it out. It's wickedly complicated. It's not very pleasant. But if that's where you are and if that's where the sector wants to be going, these are the sort of things that as a developing industry, we need to be doing better. So we just need to sort of say, yep, you know what, this is actually a priority. Here's your headings. These are your heads of considerations. This is what we do. This is roughly how you frame a report up. This is how you put it together. Now, that's not going to happen overnight. And for the RFS to be assessing it, the RFS have got to say, well, PBP's saying this, NCC's saying this, how do you match the stuff up? And does the RFS go out and say, this is the requirement when you're doing these documents? Here it is. Yep.
G'day, Lou. You mentioned something that's quite important, is where do we like to see ourselves going in terms of whether we want to go down this pathway? I think that's something the industry needs to work out, because with this approach, it's very technical, and when you get to a technical space, it costs money, takes time, less predictability. So with developers and consultants and all the other specialists, there's got to be a degree of predictability, whether something is feasible or not, quite early on, early before something is proposed. So the question is, do we want to go down this pathway where it's difficult to predict and requires a lot of time and effort, because things where developers want to know is a yes or no, can this work? Or do you want to go down more of a pathway where it's planning oriented, where we've got set guidelines, but instead of performance, we can consider the merits of something, whether we go from performance or merits.
Yep. Engineering
or planning. And I think from a DA, from a developer perspective, it would be better, I think, if we go down more of a planning, merit-based assessment process where the research is already undertaken at a policy level, all the background stuff, the fuel loads, the modelling, whatever it is, the flame temperature, whatever it is, that's all done at a policy level, and we create PVP, which is a planning document based on this research behind it. So we don't have to go through this process again.
I agree.
Yeah.
The process is here.
Yeah, the question is, do we want to go through this process? Is everyone here capable of going through this process? And if they're not, is it more training, or are we going down the wrong process? Do we need to go back to stage one again and go, hang on, leave it at a planning level instead of building kind of framework. I think that's the two pathways we decide which way is best.
And I think that one we're starting to get into the realm of wicked problem. Like that's policy, legislation, a whole bunch of pain that sits in there. And that becomes a consideration for regulators, for the RFS in terms of how you do it. Acceptable solutions, planning stuff, every day of the week, that's the easiest thing we can do when you just crank them out. But the NCC provides a framework to do performance every single day. Rod, last one, then I'll finish up.
Yeah, look, just a comment. I think there's a perception that performance solutions aren't as good as acceptable solutions. That's not right.
Correct.
Performance solutions done well are actually better outcomes than acceptable solutions. I presented a conference or two ago about the limitations of acceptable solutions. Sometimes they're wrong. A performance solution will identify a better outcome. You'll get more approvals. We need more housing stock, but they'll be safe.
Absolutely. And I think the framework which is provided by PBP is performance and acceptable solutions. You choose your own adventure, which way you go with it. Performance is, I'm not using 5 to 10 degree slope, I'm using a 6.5 degree slope. You're in performance because you're out of the acceptable solutions. That tightens your APZ up, less environmental impact, less building cost, better outcome. It's performance. It doesn't have to be wickedly complicated. The final piece is the framework which is provided by PBP. And this is probably a little bit of a take-home. The framework that New South Wales has is world-class, and I think Victoria's is good. It's pretty complicated. WA's is pretty good. The framework provides you to operate through any one of these layers as you go through. We tend to get lost and we go, it's either acceptable solutions or performance. They're the two options. You go acceptable solutions or performance or intent of measures or specific objectives or aim. You can go anywhere through that in terms of the system within PBP that allows you to consider an application. Now, it gets difficult when you're just saying we're going to work to the aim of PBP. It's hard because you don't have the criteria, you've got to come up with it all. So we tend to default back to the bottom end of the square, but I would encourage people to continue to go back whenever you're looking at any of the acceptable or performance solutions, always go back and have a look at the intent. What's the intent we're actually trying to achieve here? What's the specific objectives we're doing? Is this development and the outcome that I'm putting forward going to meet the objectives, and is it going to actually tick the box for the aim of PBP? So, that's about it. Thank you. Oh, Juan.
Thank you for your time and the effort. Thank you so much. We have a couple more things left off, so we've got an afternoon tea right now, then we've got a RFS update, and we have an open forum afterwards, so any questions that you have or any discussions that you want to have, we might get Lou back on stage and ask him a couple more curvy questions about the performance solutions and everything else. We got a couple comments coming out through the Zoom, and one of them was thanking Lou for providing a unit that one of the consultants never had on, so my understanding is the performance solution, so thank you for that. Afternoon tea is outside. We'll see you back here in about half an hour. Good afternoon again, everybody. We're going to do a couple different things in about a minute. We're trying to find, so we got a message that Matt Smith can't be here till a bit later. So we're trying to see whether Mark Sugden is around because he was here just to provide a bit of an update, or somebody else from RFS will be able to provide an update. In the meantime, can I please get the, yes, thank you. So we've done a couple things. So I had a couple questions when we were at one of the breakout rooms. A couple people asked me about the training, the diploma of the bushfire protection assessment, and how the units are going to look like. So the only thing that I can suggest at the moment is if you're going to go to the training.gov.au and just on the home page, in the keyword search, put the Diploma of Bushfire Protection Assessment. It's going to come up. You will be able to see all of the units that are required for it. So that's training.gov.au is the accrediting body, the training body. So all the units and all the information sits on there. And if you're interested in something particular, say if it's advice on landscaping design measures, you can click on the code and you will be able to see the unit of competency itself and then assessment requirements and just have a look about it and have a read about it. So somebody was asking about the input into this. So the way that the diploma or any of the vet qualifications are being delivered, the training.gov.au will have the package itself available that consists out of different units. And then the RTO will pick up the units of competency and how to assess them and then write the whole course itself or the unit itself. So our RTO is in the process of writing up that unit or each of these units and just making sure that the information provided and that the assessment that is going along with it is satisfying all of the elements and performance criteria of each of the unit. So if you're interested to see what's going to be there, feel free to get online. Another thing that we have done is release the certificates for the bushfire certificates for New South Wales. So if you're going to head off into this park with the bushfire planning and design and get into the library, we had a couple practitioners from New South Wales who kindly helped us if it's going to start working. We have been in discussions with RFS about it, and RFS gone through their legal to make sure that it's up to the scratch. So you have two certificates, one for level 2, one for level 3. They're fillable PDFs. If there is any issues with the fillable part of it, let us know. But that's an advised certificate for you guys to use. If anybody wants to talk to it, please let me know. Sorry, I'm trying to make it a bit more readable, but not particularly good with this. So there is a level 2, level 3, yes. Yeah, so that's online. I'm online right now. This was used, so we've got a Bell certificate in Western Australia. This was an adaptation on it for the New South Wales. So for the practitioners, you can use one standard certificate. So there is a level 2 and level 3. So again, if you're going to hit the library, so if you're going to go on Spark, BPAD Community Library, where you can find the logos, templates, and everything else that you can download, you can find it. So it's only available for the accredited practitioners if you wish to use it. So there's level 2, level 3, yes. Literally just here you've got a BPAD level 3, and the other one is BPAD level 2. Which, happy to remove, it was a suggestion. I decided, well, we'll just put 2, doesn't really matter. But completely up to you, yeah. Yeah, it's all, I think it still have draft on one of them. I'll revise this one, sorry. We'll remove the draft from behind of it and then re-upload it later this evening. Thank you. And thank you those who are in this room who helped us with the certificate and with pushing it through. And we've got Matt for the RFS update, just in time.
one of those moments that thank God you're here.
Yes. All good?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome, everybody. So RFS update. So a number of things that I guess that are happening at the moment that we've got on the radar. Overall, I guess I had the opportunity of sitting in a meeting this, today just with MP Michael Regan around Northern Beaches development. And fair to say that a number of things that have been flagged is just around housing stock. So I guess the government's driver is very much about more housing stock, affordability, and then streamlining the process. So I guess from both an RFS and I guess from a BPAD consultant's perspective is that we are going to look at undertaking a PBP review, and we have factored that in for budget this financial year. At this stage, the budget hasn't been released, and hopefully we will have that released either by the end of this month or next month. As part of the PBP review, there is a suggestion box, I'm pretty sure, located outside. So if you do have any suggestions around some of the pain points of PBP, please note them down, and then also if you can put in an example of what could address the issue. We are going to draw on some of the information which PES East has been, the Planning and Environmental Services sections have put forward back in 2006, just to make sure that we have covered them off. But this is our opportunity to address some of the pain points when it comes to PBP going forward. As part of that PBP review, we'll also be looking at making amendments where required to look at stepping us away from BAL 40 or less assessments as part of that. Some of the other initiatives that we are working with DPE around, and I guess one of them is as part of the portal, is to try and lock councils into confirming with us where their concerns are when it comes to referring the development applications through as to whether it be vegetation, access or water that they want us to provide advice on, back to the conformity piece as part of it. So then I guess Tegan, we're working through the action plan for this financial year, so there is a number of pieces to the puzzle that we're working on when it comes to the action plan, which is a cabinet in confidence action plan, but effectively we're working through some other items, which is just around the BPAD accreditation scheme, which there is a fair bit of work that needs to be done with FPA Australia and looking at that. Some of the, I guess, units of competency that we do wish to include going forward in the courses, because it's fair to say, I guess we've got UWS who's offering the two courses, be the grad cert and also the grad dip. Victoria, which is offering one of the courses, and I think that's pretty much it at this time, isn't it? So we do want to have a look at the units of competency, and I guess it's definitely on the radar for the later part of the next 12 months, and to see what that looks like going into the future. So that's part of that one. What else? We're going through realignment at the moment, and most of the team are not aware, but Environmental Services, they've gone across to community risk. That only occurred this week. So there will be some other changes as well, but at this stage we're not there around those changes as to what that's going to look like. The realignment itself is more so around, for some are aware that we went through a realignment back in 2019, and it's more about having a look at whether the changes have improved things. If they haven't, well then what changes do we need to make going forward? There wasn't much of a change when it came to community risk and I guess there was the formation of built and natural environment with policy and also the planning and environmental services coming together into one. So I guess we want to make sure that we're poised and the structures in place to carry us on into the future, for the next 5 to 10 years going forward. What else? CNR performance. So a couple of things for the CNR performance. So I guess, 12 months ago, or just over 12 months ago, we were sitting at a performance rate of making determinations around about 65%, 64%, around that mark. Performance rate has increased to 94% in the past week. So performance rate has increased in making determinations, but we are, over the next 12 months, going to try and reduce some of the concurrence and referrals through to us. As part of that, there's also a training piece. So I know that just recently in the past week that we had a discussion with the managers as to level of training that's been delivered to councils, just to try to improve their confidence when it comes to making determinations themselves, especially on the low-risk applications. Another part of it is development assessment screening tool, which we're trying to develop a tool, provide that to councils so that they're able to validate the information that they're presented with. I guess the long-term vision of that tool is for it to be released across the state, and eventually that'll look at replacing the A4 PDF single dwelling kit that we have in the system and make it more modernised. Questions? Come on, there's got to be something. Where do they pop up? Oh, thanks. How are you?
An ongoing issue that's continually discussed, undertaking method 2 assessments in CDCs. What's the position there?
Mark, where are we at with that one? You like how I've just passed that out the side?
Yeah, all I said is it's in development. It's one of those things that's on our list, mate.
I'll just add to it that, obviously that is an issue that has been sitting around for a long time, and it's fair to say that we've got a number of them. There is, the better bushfire outcomes. So there's the grassland policy. We're already hearing from councils just some of the issues associated with not necessarily having the policy out there for grasslands. There is a list that Mark and the team have got, and we've fair to say the policy hasn't necessarily been had the numbers to be able to get on top of all of the outstanding policies that were spoken about before. I would have liked to have been in a better position to be able to stand up here and say to you that we've already got the grassland out and the better bushfire outcomes piece out there, but I can't. But in the next 6 months, 6 to 12 months, there is a list of items that we've prioritised when it comes to the policy space. That is one of them that I want to try to get traction on. And as part of getting that traction, and unfortunately, I guess, when we talk about the concurrence and referral space, and we've been successful in having DPE assistance, providing us with funding to increase some of the BPAD consultants in our space, and it's worked out pretty well. It's increased the performance, but what we do definitely need to tidy up is the framework, and the CNR space and performance has been sort of like the priority over the past 12 months of addressing the government's requirements. Unfortunately, no secret, pretty much government's, I think, 8 billion in the red or whatever, and there has been some funding cuts across all government agencies, including us. At the moment, fortunate enough, DPE have come through with additional funding to support us up until the end of this calendar year. And we've been able to match it thus far with maintaining BPAD consultants as a result in the PES space, which we have then moved a couple of the PES team across into policy to try to boost the numbers there so that we can try to get some traction around some of these policies. The other thing that's sitting there high on the radar as well is bushfire-prone land mapping. We've got only a small number of people that are concentrating on the GIS side of things. So I have put in a request for additional resourcing so that we can increase the numbers there, because on average we're running around about 20 updates to bushfire-prone land maps on an annual basis. We've got 70 that are outstanding at the moment. We've got a number of councils that aren't necessarily, being community of, contacting us to say, well, yes, this is our position, and yes, they do need to be updated sooner rather than later. So I'm hopeful that we get additional resourcing into the GIS space so that we can improve the bushfire-prone land mapping piece, which will then underpin the development assessment screening tool as well, and how that functions going forward when it comes to the release of that system to other council areas. Nika? Yeah. So the PBP review, so we did have a consultancy firm come in with a PBP review just to pull together some of the works that needs to be done as part of that. So we had representatives from across the agencies in our head office, and pretty much a whole heap of post-it notes and what needed to be done. There's a number of sections that we're fully aware that need to be enhanced. Chapter 4 when it comes to the strategic space, transferring some of the mathematical equations like FFDI to the Fire Behaviour Index. We need to update that information as well. We also need to look at what we do in the alpine areas, because I know that the whole APZ, when it comes to development down there, is a bit of an issue as well. So there's a whole host of things that we're aware that needs to be updated. As part of that came a roadmap with a number of options. As part of that was also, I guess, the roadmap. Originally, we were looking at, I guess, the extended version of the roadmap is looking at setting up specific groups for specific chapters, and then pulling a team of people to then go off, do the body of work for each of the chapters, and then come back, and then we try to pull it together from there. But given the timing of it and timing of the budget release, and that was for over a period of this financial year, so we wanted to get to a final draft by the end of this financial year, with then implementation during 24-25 financial year, which would then include training on what updates have occurred during that period of time. But it's most probably fair to say that we've already lost a couple of months. I'd say by the time the budget is released, we'll be down to around about 8 months, and then you've got to take in school holidays and then people taking leave and all the rest of it. So I think, if anything, we will most probably look at updating the relevant sections of the PBP itself. As part of that, I guess, if you have any suggestions as part of that, is to put it in the box so that we can trigger some thought around that, and then hopeful that we will get to a final draft by the end of this financial year.
Where a performance solution is used on lower risk sites, that's still being referred to the RFS. So, if a consultant comes up with a BAL 12.5 or 19 using a performance solution?
I'm hopeful that over time the council would make that determination themselves based on what information a consultant provides. We're not there yet. And I guess, and I don't know whether we spoke about it 12 months ago, but the feedback for most of the councils is that they don't necessarily have the skill set to be able to make some of these determinations themselves, hence why they just refer them through to us. And it's very much, I guess, hence why we're trying to look at giving them something to then be able to validate the information that they're being presented with so that they can make a comfortable judgment as part of that. I guess the other piece to it is part of the whole learning and development space, and providing training to councils on a regular basis so that we can get councils in the one room and step through some of their scenarios so that it builds that level of confidence going forward. It's even like now, Mark's even mentioned to me that, and we could quite easily to have somebody that's purely concentrating on training in this space, quite easily, and getting around to councils to try to build that level of confidence going forward. So it is very much on us collectively to try and build that level of confidence going forward. I haven't got my glasses, sorry. I can't read that.
Matt, can you please describe the new system replacing the single dwelling kit in more detail?
So that it is an online, like the thought is it'll be an online tool, so it's a spatial tool. So you have the ability of drawing the footprint of the proposal, and like there's some legal things that we're working through at the moment, but trying to make this system as simple as possible so that if a council development officer is presented with a report, they can draw in what the proposed building lot is looking like, and then it'll identify whether there is a need for referral or not, or the council development officer then goes through and says, well, I've got an issue, whether it be with access, water, or whatever it may be, and then they feed it through the system as part of the referral. So it's very much a spatial system. That's what we're looking at. That answer the question? Well, sorry.
It's not for us.
Well, the single dwelling kit, we're not replacing that at this stage. We're updating it. And we're going to try to make that more user-friendly with lockdown fields so that it provides us with the information that we require, especially when it comes to pre-DA. But it's fair to say, like that single dwelling kit, we're not removing it at this time. If anything, we're just going to update it. And then there'll be a period of time when the development assessment screening tool sitting with councils that then, and I'd suggest it's most probably several years down the track. It's not going to be within the next 12 months.
Many councils actually don't like any single dwelling kit application, and basically they say get a BPAD to do it, because they're so easy to make mistake and costly mistake.
It's most probably fair to say that we all question the level of information that's entered into those single dwelling kits, and we end up doing a parallel assessment to them as well. But we haven't got anything, and I guess that's the other thing that we need to remember is those that are west of the Great Divide, especially if it's out of Burke, and some of the council areas do rely on it, that we've got nothing to replace it with at this time. So other than, I guess we're looking at the screening tool going forward. But replacing it, yes, we will update it, but we're not going to replace it until we've definitely got something in place to accommodate the mum and dads that are well and truly west of the Great Divide.
Hi, Matt. Would that portal, when it's available, be somehow also linked to how people can, at the moment, go look for their property on the 1050 application or the boundary clearing provisions, so that when they go and put in the property details, it'll bring up some basic information about maybe slope or vegetation or something that might be in background layers, and have a threshold where it says that, for example, if the slope exceeds slope X, the single dwelling kit no longer applies. or if the vegetation exceeds or is greater than X, that you can no longer use the single dwelling kit.
And that is the thought, that potentially put some thresholds in there that excludes the use of the single dwelling kit going forward. But we're not there yet. But there is a plan for that to occur.
The parameters to it, from a consultant's point of view, it replaces a consultant.
So there is, yeah. Totally acknowledge that.
Are you still working on a set of standard conditions?
There's been a fair bit of work that's been happening in that space. Is Al here? Al Borden? No. Did you want to answer that one now?
Thank you. Yes, there has been a set of standard conditions given through to DPE for their use. There's been standard conditions done for honeybees, and we're trying to get some done for significant state development ones as well. So yes, there has been. They're not all encompassing, but they're a good block, I guess, of standard conditions, yes.
I guess one of the questions is that you're most probably going to lead on is whether you want access to those standard conditions. Is that where it's coming from, Stuart?
The acceptable solutions, where they just dump straight in there, don't seem to work, and we've had issues with councils misinterpreting them, where we've got fully compliant developments, particularly roads, but the councils don't like the road widths and expect the RFS to concede and modify their roads. So there's the opportunity to, those standard conditions, be a little bit, not tailored because it defeats the purpose of having a standard condition, but opportunity to make it a little bit more clearer to the end user, aka councils.
Was that was the intent? They're all sitting there with one of the fixes. The conditions was just one of the fixes in a bunch. What was the other one? Might have been bowel tables. Were also we're going to be updated, but we haven't got those back from the developers yet. So still waiting for that, but it's they've been done, just haven't been put in the tool yet.
Tegan, did you want to talk to this one at all? Yeah. No?
Look, I guess more broadly, I can talk to the policy environment. This planning system as a whole, you're probably aware that there's been a pivot from council's perspective. So councils now are required to produce standard conditions via the state government planning portal, which is the New South Wales planning portal. So for those of you that do lodge DAs on behalf of clients, you may have had some exposure to it. So there's definitely a broader policy piece in relation to standardising responses and assisting in delivering some of those ministerial priorities around efficiencies in the DA system, streamlined assessment processes, timely and correct advice, planning 101, which everyone's working in the same, we're all working towards the same goal in that space. So certainly there's work being done with all agencies, not just RFS, but it fits within a broader policy piece as well in terms of government priorities.
The standardised conditions that you spoke of that apply to councils, government agencies, have they been reviewed by the RFS and the other agencies? Were they given an opportunity for that?
So there is a standard, DP have drafted a standard residential condition set, which is available on our website, on DPE's website. There's also a guide to writing bespoke conditions of consent. So for those planning boffins in the room, really good read if you want to learn a bit more about the Newbury principle and how we do apply conditions. So yes, they went through a formal exhibition process, which included consultation with agencies, councils, any stakeholder that wanted to jump on and view that, i.e. the general public. So they certainly did go through a submission process. In relation to bushfire, they're pretty light on. You've probably all read them, there's a couple of conditions in there for bushfire. They specifically relate largely to APZ and the need to have APZ surveyed by a registered surveyor as part of the construction certificate process. So I guess, in short, yes, but they're not reflective of what RFS's requirements are when they issue return advice to councils and consent authorities for RFS standard, I'm going to say standard conditions, standard requirements that RFS may comment on in relation to 414s, 100Bs or whatever the CNR trigger might be. It's also very weird talking to you across the room with a microphone, Nika. I feel like we should break out in song.
I have one question.
No, so finally, where did what about the state significant infrastructure? Where did they get those conditions?
So SSD, SSIs is a different stream of planning under a different provision of the Act. So they have different processes. The conditions that are online are relevant to Part 4 applications, which is local development applications at this stage. But happy to have that discussion further offline with our SSD, SSI team.
We have a couple questions from the online. Yeah. I like to include recommended consent conditions in my reports. Can you please share any updated standard conditions to the BPAD community?
That's what we spoke about just a minute ago.
Okay.
But we didn't come.
So
we didn't get to a point where we were providing these standard conditions to you,
or not.
at least to all the consultants. We'll take that one on notice. Yeah.
Yep. Matt, can you elaborate on the change from FFDI to FBI and how this might impact the method 2 assessment under AS 3959?
Not 100% sure there on that one, other than we have been working with community risk in this space, and there is a proposal that we've got going forward as to what that, I guess, what the adjustments need to be made and what that potentially looks like going forward. We also need to run a couple of scenarios when it comes to the snowy area and what that looks like, because that'll influence some of the methodology and assessment for down in the snowies area. Timing-wise, Mark, do you think? At least 12 months. So there is a fair bit of work that's happening in that space, and there's even, isn't there an update to the methodology as well that we may be capturing in this one? Or is that more around the risk management space? Right, okay. So it is identified as a 12-month project with a number of milestones along the way that we need to complete as part of that. I know that most probably doesn't answer that question, does it?
There was another question. If the council tool that you were talking about before, is it AI-based system or not? Artificial intelligence?
No. And I think with the council tool, so what's taking it to the microphone, the council tool is very much in its trial phase. Like we haven't even rolled it out to the trial councils yet, and we don't even know what it looks like going forward. We don't have anything else that we're necessarily able to provide council as a bit of a tool for them to utilise going forward. It'll get to a point as part of this trial period that there'll be nice to haves. Council no doubt will have a number of enhancements that they will wish to have with it. We most probably will. Then there'll be an assessment at the end of that as to whether what are the list of things that we need to do as part to fix or enhance the tool. Most probably prioritise that list, and then there'll be a cost associated to it as well, because it is through a third-party provider. So there's no guarantees that will necessarily, it'll expand any further at this stage until we've undertaken that assessment. Tegan, did you want to jump in there, or,
no, look,
or did I answer that?
That effectively covers it, but I guess it is very much a pilot project, but for the purposes of those in the room, it really shows the direction in terms of where planning's heading. So we're looking at using technology to capacity build council and make decisions easier for our users. So while it's a pilot project at this stage, it does show a really good insight in terms of the capabilities of what we can do with technology in the bushfire space to assist everyone in this room.
I know that there's potentially with this tool, and it has been raised a couple of times, just concern around, you know, that this is potentially taking work away from BPAD consultants, which is far from it. If anything, I guess it's just affording council the ability of being able to validate their information themselves and then rely on a consultant's report and then, you know, make a determination instead of referrals through to us. At this stage, we're not making any legislative changes to suggest that councils don't have the opportunity of making referrals through to us, but they do have to, you know, go through the process of why a particular application doesn't conform or does conform, instead of just referring it through to us. So, just want to allay any concerns when it comes to the thought that pretty much it's going to minimise some of the workload out there.
Matt, just Maria showed us the 414 certificate, which is up on the FPA website now and live. If the report is accompanied by a 414 certificate, then that should be providing council with the confidence that they need rather than actually doing assessments. Isn't that double dipping in the system in terms of the mechanics of it, I suppose?
Well, it's basically twofold. Like, I guess if we say in relation to the 414B certificate, we see various, I guess, versions that are accommodating some of the reports or the statements within the reports to say that a particular consultant is recognised under the BPAD scheme. So there will be a standard certificate that goes out as part of that. And the reason why I say it's twofold is because councils do come back to us and they say, well, wait a minute, I get one report, similar scenario, I get one report from a bushfire consultant, 30 pages. I get another report from a bushfire consultant, 70 pages. There is such a variance, I guess, in the difference in reports and the level of detail in a report that then places a question mark for some of the development assessment officers with council as to the validity of you know, the statement of where a consultant is recognised. Hence why I guess with FPA we're going to look at pushing out the certificate. Obviously we've been out in the media just updating the community of what the fire season looks like for, you know, the bushfire danger period that's already kicked off in northern New South Wales and also from the 1st of October for some of the other districts further south of Coffs Harbour. And a lot of the team within Built Natural Environment have an operational role. So as part of that, we will be rolling out the certificate to, so that it is out to all consultants. Sorry? Yeah.
Yeah.
But as part of that, I guess we've also got to send out notification to councils as to what it actually means when they do take a report and has a certificate associated to it. Yes, mostly safe to say that some of the councils will continue to send them through, but I think that very much this will be a slow burn to over a period of time that there's that level of confidence going forward. We are going through the process at the moment of just understanding a lot of the team's roles, whether they have an operational role going forward, because we've already had, safe to say, up in Region North, we already had a number of declarations made under Section 44 for a couple of fires up there, up at Grafton. So in the past 2 weeks, we have lost 2 structures thus far, and already we've had to switch a couple of ours team out doing building impact assessments. We're light on across the board when it comes to both district staff operationally and even within preparedness and capability as well. So it, you know, in the event that something kicks off, that it is very much about all hands on deck, and so we're going through the process of just identifying at the moment who has a primary operational role, and for our directorate, it's very much about being in that building impact assessment space. There is a fair bit of work that's happening with the online tool for building impact assessments, which Mark and the team have been working through as well. That'll be rolled out, and there's 2 levels of BIA as part of that. But pretty much our team will be heavily involved in that space going forward this fire season.
Thanks. I was just wondering if we did have a horrible fire season, would there be any chance that you could include some of the BPAD consultants in that assessments?
BIA assessments, so the rapid assessments that we do, no. I'll be straight with you there, because in the end it's still an operational fire ground. So no, we won't be doing that. But where there is more of an impacted area and we need to undertake more of a social, more in-depth assessments, then there will be teams that are established that may include, yes, maybe a consultant or some, depending on the need out of that we would put through to FBA Australia, council, and I guess depending on the level of impact as well, because if some of these locations are, you know, residents that have been destroyed and they were constructed back in the 50s or 60s, then there's just more concern just around the whole management of asbestos and any other associated risks with it. So I'm not suggesting that we wouldn't rule it out. There is a chance of that, yes. But obviously there's a risk assessment that we would have to undertake as part of it before we even exposed our own people to some of these locations. No more questions? No? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the conference, and no doubt we'll chat relatively soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. We've got a couple minutes left. It's up to you if anybody has any other burning questions to myself or anybody else in the room. Any points that you would like to raise? Or 5:30, we've got drinks, welcome drinks, and opening reception, I think, or just outside. So you're welcome to stay along and wait for that. Thank you for today. Thank you everybody who assisted us. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Sharon, for being our microphone people and putting out all the papers and everything. If you've got any feedback or anything, let us know. Thank you.